The lion is the only great cat that lives in a pride, a trait that gives it an advantage in both strength and strategy. A male can weigh over 420 pounds, while a female can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. More than just hunters, lions are the natural leaders of the savannah. They cooperate seamlessly with clear roles. The females hunt, the males protect the territory, and the young are cared for by the entire pride. Across the endless grasslands, the African buffalo stands as a living fortress of the savannah. An adult can weigh from 1,300 to 1,750 pounds, with a solid frame and curved horns that act as a natural shield. But a single mistake, an old, tired individual, or one that falls a few steps behind, can change everything. The pride of lions spots the weakness, and the chase begins. The buffalo wheels around, swinging its horns in a wide arc, trying to carve a path back to the herd. However, the lionesses have closed in from behind, staying clear of the dangerous horns and focusing on the flanks and shoulders. But there is a final, more intimate form of execution. A suffocating embrace that speaks not of tearing flesh, but of the slow, silent extinguishing of a life. It is the ultimate expression of dominance to steal the very breath from an opponent's lungs, an act of absolute, suffocating control. But it is incredibly effective for subduing large animals without having to face their dangerous horns head-on. Its deep bellows echo across the plains, a desperate call to its herd. Sometimes, a few strong buffalo turn back, creating enough pressure to force the lions to retreat. But most of the time, the herd is too far gone, choosing to maintain its safe formation. As the dust settles, the lone buffalo lies still on the open ground. A reminder that just a few seconds out of sync can leave no room for the slow. Beneath the vast skies of South Florida, battles for survival unfold daily. The blue eyes of a Florida panther track a herd of white-tailed deer. This great cat moves through the vast mangrove forests like a silent phantom, awaiting the perfect moment to ambush its prey. In the saltwater marshes, the American crocodile glides in silence. Rising sea levels are destroying their nesting grounds, turning safe havens into perilous traps. The Everglades, a cradle of diverse life, is also a battleground for these rare species, struggling against the fierce changes of the natural world. Everglades National Park is one of the most unique ecosystems on the planet. Established in 1947, the park protects over 1.5 million acres of land. It is the largest tropical wilderness in the United States. Overcoming every challenge, the park was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. In 1987, it was recognized by the Ramsar Convention as a wetland of international importance. The journey of the Everglades begins with an ancient geological story. This vast landscape was formed on a bed of Miami limestone millions of years ago during the Pliocene epoch. Unlike most other national parks, the Everglades was established to protect a fragile ecosystem. The park is home to 36 threatened or protected species, including the Florida panther, the American crocodile, and the West Indian manatee. The Everglades is also a haven for over 350 species of birds, 300 species of fish, 40 species of mammals, and 50 species of reptiles. Two of the 9 recognized ecosystems of the Everglades are the freshwater sloughs and the marl prairies. They silently create a rhythm of life, all their own. It all begins with the slow but constant movement of water, the core element that shapes the character of this land. In the freshwater sloughs, water flows gently south from Lake Okeechobee at a rate of only about 1/4 of a meter per day. From a distance, these wetlands may appear still, but they are in fact vital arteries sustaining life for the entire ecosystem. This system is famously known as the River of Grass, a current that brings life to countless species. The marl prairies, in contrast, tell a different story. These grasslands are submerged only seasonally for a few months each year. Both of these ecosystems not only provide a habitat, but also act as natural reservoirs. They store water during the wet season and release it gradually during the dry season. Through this process, the Everglades maintains its freshwater flow, preventing the intrusion of salt water from the nearby ocean. The availability of fish, amphibians, and young birds in the marshes attracts many reptiles, among which the American alligator plays an exceptionally important role. Once pushed to the brink of extinction, this crocodilian was removed from the endangered species list in 1987 thanks to powerful conservation efforts. There are now approximately 1.25 million American alligators in Florida, most living within the Everglades region. Adult males can reach lengths of 13 to 15 feet, while females are smaller. In South Florida, however, both males and females tend to be smaller. The female alligator selects elevated areas for her nest, avoiding the floods that could destroy her eggs. The nests stand about 3.5 feet high and are meticulously guarded by the mother throughout the incubation period. As they mature, alligators expand their menu, hunting fish, turtles, birds, and even small mammals. For larger prey, such as the white-tailed deer, the alligator employs its famous death roll technique. They spin continuously, tearing flesh and disorienting their prey. In the Everglades, the American alligator is not just an apex predator, but also an ecosystem architect. One of its greatest contributions is the creation of gator holes. During the dry season, these deep pools of water become a crucial lifeline for many other species. In the still waters, the great blue heron stands as a living emblem of the ecosystem. Reaching up to 4 feet in height with a wingspan of around 6.5 feet, it is the largest heron in North America. The freshwater sloughs are the ideal hunting grounds for these magnificent birds. Beneath the sun, the great blue heron stands motionless in the shallows like a statue. Its long legs and waterproof plumage allow it to move without making a sound. When prey such as a fish or an amphibian passes by, the great blue heron strikes with lightning speed, using its long neck and sharp beak to pierce the water's surface. With this specialized skill, the great blue heron's hunting success rate in the freshwater sloughs reaches between 60 and 70%. Beyond being a formidable hunter, the great blue heron plays a vital role in maintaining ecological balance by controlling prey populations. It is one of Florida's top predators and a unique subspecies of cougar. However, not all areas of the Everglades are suitable for the Florida panther. They require high, dry ground like the pine rocklands to survive. The Florida panther is currently listed as an endangered species, with an estimated population of only 120 to 230 individuals living mainly in southern Florida. Their primary prey is the white-tailed deer, which makes up 70 to 90% of their diet due to the abundance of deer in the region. Silent steps and lightning speed allow the panther to close in on its prey before using its powerful claws and jaws to bring it down. The presence of the white-tailed deer helps to maintain the delicate balance of the entire pine rockland ecosystem. They are an essential part of the food chain. A white-tailed deer consumes about 11 to 15 pounds of food each day. Their diet changes with the seasons, consisting mainly of shrubs, leaves, and acorns. In the pine forests, a steady drumming echoes like the heartbeat of the woods. This is the sanctuary and hunting ground for woodpeckers of the Picidae family. The red-cockaded woodpecker forages for food by drilling into tree trunks. Meanwhile, the pileated woodpecker, the largest in the region, excavates deep holes into the trunks. The cavities they create are not only used for nesting, but also become shelters for other animals. In the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the Florida black bear finds both shelter and abundant food. This is a distinct subspecies of the American black bear, with a population estimated at around 4,000 individuals in Florida as of 2023. As an omnivore, the Florida black bear plays a significant role in maintaining plant diversity. They consume fruits and seeds from more than 20 different plant species. As they travel, they disperse seeds in their scat, helping to spread life throughout the forest. Have you ever considered that a single footstep of a Florida black bear could help regenerate an entire forest? They are the silent sowers, nurturing life with every journey through the dense woods. And what do you see in this magical connection between animal and nature? If you too love this bear, comment with the number 7 as a small pledge to the green forest. Not confined to the hardwood hammocks, the gray fox roams throughout the Everglades, displaying its remarkable agility and adaptability. It is the only species in the canid family whose natural range spans both North and South America. One of the gray fox's most striking features is its incredible climbing ability. Unlike most other foxes, it can ascend trees to escape larger predators. In the understory of the tropical forest, the northern cardinal begins its nesting season from late winter to midsummer, choosing dense shrubs for safe cover. The male is a flash of brilliant red with a distinctive crest, while the female wears a gentler reddish-brown hue that blends with her surroundings. Its cheer, cheer song echoing through the forest not only marks its territory, but also enriches the ecosystem's symphony. They are omnivores, feeding mainly on seeds and berries, and in doing so play an important role in seed dispersal. During the breeding season, they supplement their diet with protein-rich insects to feed their young, helping to control pests and protect the vegetation. According to researchers in 2024, this species has contributed to a reduction of up to 20% in harmful insects, reinforcing its key role in the tropical forest's ecological balance. He's trapped, alone in a circle of death. His strength fades, his breathing slows. Death is only seconds away. But then, from the distance, a roar answers back. Another lion has heard the call and rushes to his aid. The balance shifts in an instant. Together, the two lions stand their ground against the hyena horde, forcing them to retreat. On the savannah, survival is not just about strength, it's about brotherhood. Cold, despotic, and resolute, the spotted hyena clan submits to the reign of its queen. Her authority is absolute. In the shadows of the savannah, only the strong are permitted to exist. The queen governs every facet of the clan's life, from the hunt to the right to mate. Facing this tempest is the army of the Lion King, calm, decisive, and united. They stand firm, as if to defy the most furious waves of their enemy's wrath. Can the hyena clan overthrow the king and shatter the savannah's established order? And if the mighty ruler is besieged, what then? Within the society of the spotted hyena lies a remarkable truth. It is a society governed entirely by females. Researchers sometimes afford these matriarchs a title of power, queen. The matriarch holds supreme authority in the clan. She dominates not only physically but also controls all access to resources and food. And it is not just the queen. Every adult female in the clan outranks every single male. Female hyenas are typically larger than males, weighing on average between 132 and 154 pounds, while males weigh a mere 99 to 132 pounds. But it is not merely a matter of size. High levels of androgen hormones during fetal development make the females more assertive and muscular. The females typically remain within their natal clan for life. They form tight, enduring bonds with their mothers and sisters. This cooperation allows them to hunt together, care for the young, and defend their territory as one. The males, however, face a different fate. Upon reaching maturity, at around 2 years of age, nearly all will leave the clan of their birth. This dispersal is crucial to prevent inbreeding and maintain genetic diversity. A male must find his way into a new clan, where he will always start at the very bottom of the hierarchy. He must wait, submit, and endure sometimes for months before he is finally accepted. When a subordinate hyena returns from a hunt, it must perform a mandatory ritual, the greeting ceremony for the queen. No command is given, yet this social instinct has been ingrained since birth. The subordinate hyena presents its genital region to the dominant female. Hyenas have scent glands near the anus that secrete a complex cocktail of pheromones. This scent carries information about genetics, health, and even mood. Like a human fingerprint, the scent from these glands is unique to each individual hyena. After the greeting, the queen claims the kill. This meal will be used to feed her young. Here, the matriarch builds a matrilineal order so strong that social status is inherited like royalty. If the mother is the matriarch, her daughter, a true princess, will automatically secure the rank directly beneath her own. In a study spanning more than 14 years in the Ngorongoro crater, Tanzania, scientists confirmed that 100% of cubs inherit the social status of their mothers. From the moment they open their eyes, high-ranking cubs are given priority to nurse, are the first to eat, and occupy the center of the den. But this is not simple indulgence. It is a technique for socializing power. These cubs grow up with a sense of entitlement, while others quickly learn that they must yield. However, a position is never guaranteed for life. Every day is a lesson in politics. From just a few weeks old, hyena cubs begin to play together. These interactions involve mock bites, chases, and play fights. This is how the queen's offspring becomes acquainted with power. The mother will support her cub in any conflict. This behavior is repeated, teaching both the princess and the other cubs to recognize their place. In the world of the hyena, alliance is the currency of power. They possess a remarkably advanced social intelligence. Here, on the edge of existence, every action is a gamble for survival. Hyenas understand the social relationships of others. Who is related to whom? Who holds a higher rank? Individuals form fluid coalitions, sometimes merely to displace another from a position of dominance. To become a true ruler, succession alone is not enough. A female must have followers. Aggressive or bullying behaviors become tools for asserting authority. Low-ranking cubs often become targets. This reinforces and perpetuates the system. This leads to significantly higher levels of physiological stress in lower-ranking individuals. Yet, it is not always so harsh. When their bellies are full, they still engage in playful behavior, which helps to nurture social bonds. In theory, a clan of spotted hyenas can number up to 80 members. Spotted hyena society operates on a fission-fusion model, meaning it splits apart and comes together again. In reality, 60% of smaller groups consist of only 1 or 2 individuals, and adults may spend up to 40% of their time alone. This serves to reduce internal competition and optimize hunting opportunities. Most importantly, it protects the cubs from aggressive clan members. With the power of an adult hyena, their list of prey is diverse. This intelligence is so complex that researchers have discovered hyenas possess the ability to count their opponents. In a confrontation with lions, they can assess the numerical odds and decide whether to attack, wait, or retreat. This is not just instinct, it is the mathematics of survival. Blue wildebeest, gazelles, zebras, and buffalo calves are all within their sights. The spotted hyena is the definition of an opportunist. It does not always search, stalk, and hunt its prey. Sometimes it simply waits for others to do the hardest work. To be an opportunist means not specializing in one type of prey or a single hunting method. Instead, they exploit every available opportunity to find a meal. The spotted hyena is a persistent, determined predator with an unnervingly cool ability to read a situation. When an opportunity or a threat reaches a certain threshold, the entire clan will assemble. Their sloping body structure gives hyenas excellent balance when running and changing direction, especially during long pursuits. Its heart makes up nearly 1% of its body weight, double that of a lion, allowing it to sustain speeds of up to 37 miles per hour for several minutes. Large-scale hunts are often led by the females, thanks to their superior size. The largest females lead the charge, latching on at multiple points, even seizing a zebra's mane to drag it down. The savanna is ever unpredictable, and fresh meat is not always available for a large clan. During the dry season, water grows scarce, and territorial wars become increasingly fierce. This rhinoceros has fallen victim to a brutal territorial dispute. Amid the echoing roars of the night, the survivor is not the strongest, but the most adaptable. The spotted hyena is a master of scavenging. Its sense of smell is its most powerful faculty, capable of detecting the scent of decay or blood from over 2.5 miles away. However, every unexpected feast demands extreme caution. Its darting eyes scan the surroundings, its ears pricked for the earliest sign of lions. The hyena is called a master scavenger because its biology is perfectly suited for it. They possess the most powerful bite force relative to their body size of any terrestrial mammal. Their bite has been measured at over 1,000 pounds of force. This figure is 40% stronger than that of a lion and 15% stronger than a grizzly bear's. Relative to their size, spotted hyenas have one of the most robust skulls of all carnivores. Their jaw muscles are immensely powerful, anchored to a prominent sagittal crest. Their teeth serve a dual purpose. The upper and lower premolars are conical and designed for crushing bone. Their bone-crushing ability surpasses even that of the brown bear. Behind these bone-crushing teeth are razor-sharp carnassials for slicing through thick hide. This means they can consume nearly every part of their prey, including skin, hooves, bones, and even teeth. The digestive system of the spotted hyena is another biological marvel. With a stomach pH below 2, it is potent enough to dissolve bone, horn, and hoof. A single individual can consume up to 32 pounds of meat in one sitting. Thanks to all these adaptations, the spotted hyena has become one of Africa's most efficient hunter-scavengers. Studies show that 60 to 80% of their diet actually comes from their own hunts, not just from scavenging or theft. However, the spotted hyena is not considered an apex predator, although it is very close to that position. The reason lies with the lion. Lions are the hyena's greatest rivals. They will take a hyena's life whenever the opportunity arises. Hyenas rarely confront an adult male lion directly. They may target cubs or weaker individuals, but generally avoid head-on clashes. For centuries, the spotted hyena and the lion have symbolized the eternal rivalry of the savanna. Clashes are frequent, marked by powerful bites and desperate struggles over a carcass. But what often goes unnoticed is how similar these two species are in their social structures. Both spotted hyenas and lions are the most socially complex predators in Africa. One lives in a clan, the other in a pride. Though their structures differ, matriarchy versus patriarchy, both revolve around order, alliances, and intricate territorial strategies. Both rely on force and strategy, and both understand that survival is never an individual affair. And perhaps it is in these similarities that conflict becomes inevitable. For in nature, it is often those who are most alike that become the fiercest of enemies. Unlike all other great cats on the planet, the lion is the only one that truly leads a social existence. It does not live in solitude, nor does it hide deep in the forest, but gathers in a complex social unit. Their social model is also fission-fusion, just like that of the spotted hyena. Members of a pride may temporarily split into smaller groups to hunt or rest, only to merge again later. A typical lion pride has about 15 members, but can sometimes number up to 30, including a few adult males, related lionesses, and their cubs. Within the order of the pride, only the strong maintain their standing. But here is the fascinating part. Just like the spotted hyena, it is the lioness who is the heart and soul of the pride. Males may come and go, but the lionesses remain tied to their birthplace, carrying the pride's bloodline and memory through generations. Beneath the sandy coat and sharp eyes lies a natural-born warrior, a commander of strategy and loyalty. As the afternoon shadows lengthen, the lionesses begin to move. They glide like phantoms, with no mane to hinder them or give away their position. With a smaller frame than the males, only 265 to 397 pounds, but far more agile and with greater stamina, the lionesses use every bush and tree as perfect camouflage. The hunt begins with strategy. Each individual has a distinct role to play. Some spread out wide, taking up positions on the flanks, silently closing in, driving the prey into a state of confusion. Others hold the center, lying in wait. As the panicked prey flees toward them, that is the moment for an explosion of speed. A single moment of error, and the line between life and death is instantly redrawn. A lone lioness hunting a springbok has a success rate of only about 2.3%. But when they hunt as a group, that number can soar to nearly 30%, a clear testament to the power of cooperation. Groups of lionesses can bring down a full-grown giraffe or even a young elephant weighing nearly 13,000 pounds if conditions are right. In an assault on a herd of Cape buffalo, with each animal weighing up to 2,000 pounds, the lionesses are often the first to charge in. And when the dust settles, they return as mothers, nurturers, and protectors. What makes the lioness so extraordinary is that she does not discriminate between her own cubs and those of others. As long as a cub belongs to the pride, a lioness will nurse it, shelter it, and teach it how to survive. This behavior, known as allonursing, helps to synchronize the development of the cubs and enhances their collective chances of survival. On the savannah, survival is not just about strength, it is about absolute loyalty to the pride. In lion society, the lioness is not only a warrior and a mother, but also a decision maker. When the pride must move, hunt, or avoid threats, it is the closely related lionesses who determine the course of action. Even when predators like leopards, hyenas, or a coalition of strange males intrude, it is the lionesses who stand shoulder to shoulder to protect their young. However, if you look deeper into the role of a male lion, you might realize that behind the majestic title lies a challenging and short-lived role. In the complex social system of lions, the male plays a vital part in safeguarding the pride's existence and the continuity of its bloodline. With a massive frame weighing from 330 to 573 pounds, the male lion possesses powerful muscles and a bite strong enough to crush the bones of a zebra. Although not the primary hunter, the male does participate in some hunts, typically those involving large and formidable prey like Cape buffalo or giraffes. However, most of the time, the male lion does not hunt. Instead, he guards the meal, driving away scavengers like spotted hyenas. The most striking feature of the male lion is his thick mane. This mane serves as both natural armor in battle and a signal of testosterone levels and health. The darker and denser the mane, the stronger the signal that this male is a powerful individual and an ideal partner for reproduction. Yet, what truly determines a male lion's position is not just his appearance. It is his ability to protect his territory and his pride. Each pride can control a territory of up to 100 square miles. The male patrols the borders, marking the area with urine and roaring. His roar can carry for up to 5 miles, a clear warning to any who might consider trespassing. On this land, his roar is not just a sound, it is a declaration of survival. When confrontation becomes unavoidable, he is the first line of defense. But that strength does not last forever. An aging male lion is still patrolling the edge of his territory. In the thicket opposite, eyes gleam. It is a coalition of 3 young, muscular males, their eyes burning with ambition. They do not roar, they do not declare war. They simply move in slowly, as if silence itself is part of their takeover strategy. On the line between power and oblivion, a single moment of hesitation can seal a king's fate. The old lion rises, his mane erect. muscles tensed, preparing for an inevitable confrontation. But age is a silent betrayer. The fight is not long. A few minutes later, the ground trembles, a roar echoes, and then fades. No one ever sees that male lion again. All that remains is an unclaimed space. When the warning roar of the male lion no longer echoes, the first to notice the power vacuum are the hyenas. They begin to move in, becoming the most audacious of thieves. In the Ngorongoro crater, they have been observed stealing up to 100% of the prey caught by lionesses when no male lion is present. Spotted hyenas, while generally wary of male lions, show far less fear towards the females. A lioness strays into spotted hyena territory. She is nearly overwhelmed by their powerful jaws. But 4 other lionesses arrive to her rescue. The lioness is not a natural object of fear for the hyena. They are equals, sometimes dominant, sometimes overwhelmed. Even without a male, the lionesses must still hunt to feed their cubs. Spotted hyenas will not hesitate to challenge a lone lioness to steal her meal. The lone lioness has no choice but to wait until the hyena clan departs. This time, 3 lionesses have brought down a buffalo. As usual, the hyena clan arrives. The attack begins with a strategy that scientists have named mobbing, a tactic of collective intimidation. The entire savanna holds its breath, 2 predatory forces about to engage in a battle of survival without quarter. From a distance, the spotted hyenas begin to form a tightening cordon, their tails held high like defiant flags. The sounds they produce are a cacophony of shrieks, derisive laughter, and whoops that echo across the savanna. Researchers have noted that these coordinated mobbing attacks increase the hyena's chances of stealing food from lions by more than 60%. Each individual knows its role, from the one creating a distraction to the one attacking from behind, to the one making noise to apply psychological pressure. When a lioness charges one hyena, it becomes the trigger for an all-out battle, in which the hyenas have the advantage of numbers. the others seize the opportunity to snatch the prize. It is not a new plan, but it is always effective. Unless a male lion appears. The arrival of a coalition of young male lions changes everything. This time, they have come to take over the entire pride. The lion cubs now become the most vulnerable targets. It does not take long for them to overpower the pride. The lionesses, exhausted after many nights of fending off hyenas, can fight no more. Then comes the infanticide, swift, brutal, and inescapable. The nursing cubs, offspring of the old male, are all killed. The purpose is to bring the lionesses back into estrus as quickly as possible, allowing the new males to pass on their own genes. In an instant, a mother's pride turns to sheer terror. She sees not conquerors, but executioners. Her instincts tell her a grim truth. The little ones she has risked her life to protect, the bloodline of the former king, have just been sentenced to death. No pleas are heard, no mercy is given. This is not just a war for power, but the most brutal ritual of survival, where life and death trade places in the beat of a savanna heart. This is the law of the savanna, unforgiving and unshakable, where a new throne is always built on the blood and tears of the old generation. And in the victorious roar of the new rulers, there is a silent scream that only a mother can hear. The mothers, though grieving, are forced to follow the new rulers. Instead of spending months more raising their young, they are now ready to conceive again. This time, with the males who control the pride. When estrus returns, a wave of mating begins, intense and relentless. A lioness may mate over 50 times a day with a single male, continuing for 4 to 5 consecutive days. This frequency has nothing to do with bonding or affection. It is a biological strategy to ensure successful fertilization. However, it is not just one male who participates. In a coalition, males often take turns mating with the same female. This creates a blurred paternity, where no single male can be certain which cubs are his. Later, this reduces the risk of future infanticide, for if each male believes he might be the father, he is less likely to harm the young. A new generation is taking shape, carrying all the genetic traits the coalition fought to pass on before they, too, are eventually overthrown. The existence of any pride is never fixed. Males do not care for or participate in the raising of the young. Meanwhile, the lionesses continue their duties of raising cubs, hunting, and maintaining the social structure. In the social structure of the spotted hyena, the female holds absolute dominance. This power is built through alliances among closely related females, forming a tight-knit network. The female hyena possesses one of the most unique biological features in the mammalian world, an elongated clitoris known as a pseudopenis. This structure is more than a physical curiosity. It serves a profound social function. In a kingdom where strength often belongs to the male, the female hyena has rewritten the laws of evolution, turning biology into power. To mate, the female must actively retract this organ to allow the male access, meaning no mating can occur without her full cooperation. Males often have to court a female for an extended period, memorizing her estrous cycle and waiting for the right biological moment. During this time, they exhibit submissive behavior when approaching a female in estrus. Females tend to prefer younger males, those who were born into or joined the clan after them. Passive males tend to be more successful in courting females than aggressive ones. This is considered a natural anti-coercion mechanism, an extraordinary evolutionary step that allows the female to retain complete control over reproduction. The average gestation period is 110 days. In the final stage of pregnancy, The queen provides her developing cubs with higher levels of androgens. The queen also tends to conceive and give birth earlier. This gives her offspring a head start as they grow. Cubs are born with a soft, dark brown coat and weigh an average of 3.3 pounds. They begin fighting each other almost immediately after birth. This is particularly pronounced in same-sex litters and can lead to the elimination of the weaker cub. This sibling rivalry, or siblicide, eliminates about 25% of all hyena cubs within their first month. Spotted hyena milk has the highest protein and fat content of any terrestrial carnivore. Females are fiercely protective of their cubs and do not allow other adults, especially males, to come near them. When the breeding season arrives, the females gather at a communal den, where all the females of the clan can care for their young together. The unforgiving law of nature allows no weakness. Only the adaptable and the ruthless can endure. While one group hunts, the remaining females stay behind as babysitters, watching over the young hyenas. But when the mothers are away, the cubs are at their most vulnerable. Male lions regularly patrol their territories. They miss no opportunity to eliminate their rivals. The killing of hyena cubs by lions is a selective, strategic act, not one driven by hunger. They do not stop until they have confirmed the target is completely neutralized. Finally, they mark the scene with their scent, signaling the presence of dominant power. This behavior can be seen as a long-term survival tactic. By eliminating competitors early, they give their own offspring a better chance to hunt and survive. By the time the hunting party returns, it is too late. Despite being the dominant force in her clan, the queen is not immune to the harsh laws of nature. When the queen loses her heir, her lineage within the clan's power structure is severed. If a younger, stronger female, supported by powerful allies, emerges, she can absolutely challenge the current matriarch. The crown is passed to the queen's sister, younger, stronger, and, crucially, still with an heir and many close allies. The old queen will not leave the clan, for to leave means certain death. She will descend to a lower position in the hierarchy, from queen to commoner. Once a female loses her dominant position, reclaiming the throne is nearly impossible. When power shifts, the entire clan shifts with it. Relationships, access to food, and even hunting roles are all altered. In the wild world, no one remains at the top forever. Today's hunter can be tomorrow's hunted. The hyena clan, under the command of the new queen, gradually shifts its primary focus from lions to smaller predators. African wild dogs are now in their sights. Though smaller than lions and spotted hyenas, the highly skilled packs of wild dogs are not to be underestimated. Their hunting success rate is as high as 90%. Much of their success comes from having one of the most effective social models among carnivores. A perfect blend of discipline, loyalty, and solidarity among its members. A typical African wild dog pack consists of 7 to 15 adult individuals. Unlike the power struggles common in other carnivore species, this pack is led by a single breeding pair. The alpha pair are not tyrants, but leaders guided by experience and respect. When the alpha female gives birth, usually to a litter of 6 to 16 pups after a 70 to 73-day gestation, these helpers take turns guarding the den. Once the prey is exhausted, the entire pack swarms in. The food is shared almost immediately. Pups, the sick, and the old are all given priority. But just as the pack is feeding, a loud growl sends them into a panic. It is a spotted hyena. Two charge in first, swift as the wind. Another follows, devouring the wild dog's unfinished meal. Nearly 20 dogs are outnumbered. These opportunists are 1.5 to 2 times the size of an African wild dog. The size difference always puts the wild dogs at a disadvantage in disputes over food. However, spotted hyenas are not always successful. Thanks to their coordination and tactics, African wild dogs can sometimes fight them off completely. The hyena's rounded, muscular back is not just a powerful engine for running, it is also a natural shield, making bites from behind harder to latch onto. African wild dogs cannot overpower a hyena, but they can intimidate it into leaving. The very strategy that helps hyenas overcome lionesses now forces them to retreat from smaller predators. The black-backed jackal is another creature that often gives hyenas trouble. With a black saddle on its back and bright tan flanks, this animal is the embodiment of a quiet survival strategy. The black-backed jackal has an exceptionally developed auditory structure. Its large, erect ears can pivot independently to catch the faintest sounds from over 100 yards away. Weighing only about 22 pounds with a top speed of 37 miles per hour, the black-backed jackal can take down small prey. But its reputation is not built on brute force. It lies in its sharp intelligence and situational awareness. The presence of jackals near the hunting grounds of hyenas or lions is no coincidence. They do not need to kill to survive. They just need to be fast, patient, and clever enough to scavenge from the giant's feast. In many cases, ignoring the jackal is not an act of kindness. It is an efficient cost-benefit analysis. First, the black-backed jackal cannot compete for the main prize. They pick at the scraps that the hyenas do not bother with. Second, jackals can inadvertently help hyenas detect danger early. With their keen hearing and lightning-fast reflexes, jackals are often the first to notice an approaching leopard, lion, or other predator. Third, when food is abundant, hyenas are often too busy to handle the enormous amount of meat. In these moments, competition lessens, and the jackals can eat the scattered remains undisturbed. But hyenas are not always so tolerant. The pups of the black-backed jackal sometimes become targets for young hyenas practicing their hunting skills or a source of food during times of scarcity. When the instinct for survival is challenged, even the weakest can become a dangerous adversary. But that does not mean jackals cannot cause trouble for the larger predator. If a lone hyena confronts 4 jackals, defending a carcass becomes a serious struggle. In the battle for carrion, the white-backed vulture has never been an outsider. These birds do not hunt in the traditional sense, but subsist almost exclusively on carrion, a food source few others dare to touch. Each individual can consume up to 2.2 pounds of meat in minutes. And at large feasts, hundreds can strip a carcass clean in less than 30 minutes. What makes them masters of scavenging is not just their sharp beak or featherless neck, but also a stomach with extremely high acidity. With a pH below 1, this biological weapon is capable of digesting even deadly bacteria like anthrax or rabies. For this, the white-backed vulture is nature's great cleaner. In practice, when a hyena brings down a wildebeest, the sound of tearing flesh and the smell of blood quickly alert the vultures circling above. In just a few minutes, the sky darkens as enormous wings congregate. It is the moment the savanna becomes a vortex of survival, where the strong, the weak, and the scavenger merge in a dance of death. Their strength lies not in ambushes, but in numbers and strategy. They are willing to risk injury, using their bodies to create chaos. With beaks as hard as steel, they tear at the remaining muscle, even digging deep into the abdominal cavity to get to the internal organs. Spotted hyenas, black-backed jackals, and white-backed vultures, the most notorious scavengers of the savanna, frequently clash over carcasses. Sometimes, they even dare to challenge the lion's feast. A reckless spotted hyena is the first to face the punishment of a lioness. Afterward, they circle cautiously, keeping their distance. In the outer ring, the black-backed jackals loiter, and further beyond, the white-backed vultures wait. When stealing from social predators proves too difficult, hyenas shift their focus to solitary or small group hunters. Their next target, the cheetah. As the first rays of sunlight cut across the savanna, an antelope lifts its head, but it is too late. Not far away, the fastest land mammal on Earth is pressing itself to the ground. without hesitation. With a single leap, it launches forward. In 3 seconds, it reaches a speed of 56 miles per hour. This is not about stamina. This is an all-out sprint. The antelope dodges through a bush, making a sharp turn, but the cheetah does not falter. Thanks to an unusually developed inner ear structure and a tail that acts as a stabilizer, it maintains perfect balance. In just a few seconds, the gap is closed. A final pounce, a swift bite to the throat. Life ends in silence. The hunt is over quickly, but each one comes at a high cost. If it fails, the energy lost could mean a day of hunger. Even in success, the prize may not be kept. But then the scent of blood on the wind calls to the silent robbers, and the cheetah's nightmare begins. Spotted hyenas can smell it within minutes. A cheetah tries to fight off the thief, but the hyena will not back down. When a second hyena arrives, it is a 1-on-2 fight. The odds are clear. In the distance, another figure is approaching. Who could it be? That figure carries with it the threat of power and survival. Despite their muscles, sharp jaws, and coordinated hunting skills, lions are not always up for long chases. When energy runs low and hunger erodes all patience, they choose the quicker path: theft. And their favorite victim, the spotted hyena, their eternal foe. A single heavy footfall kicks up dust. A single sharp glance silences the hyena's laughter. No warning, just a charging lion, sending the hyena clan scattering in an instant. Each charge is a testament to the harsh law of the wild. This is not uncommon. In fact, stealing from hyenas is a frequently documented behavior in lions, especially during times of scarcity. After giving birth, lionesses often enter a very sensitive period, hiding away from the pride to care for their young for the first 4 to 8 weeks. They must hunt alone while nursing and protecting their cubs. So, the lioness either hunts alone or seizes any opportunity for a meal. A confrontation with 4 hyenas at a carcass will not escalate if neither side crosses a line. The lioness, exhausted, quietly approaches and begins to eat alongside the hyena clan. The hyena clan seems confused. They try to drag the carcass away. One calls to the clan, the others pull with all their might. But the mother will not yield. She must eat to feed her young. In the Ngorongoro crater, where nature paints a majestic picture of sprawling grasslands, every footstep and roar rings out like a sentence of doom. Here, every roar, every footstep is part of a relentless battle for survival. In this vibrant ecosystem, lions and spotted hyenas are the 2 dominant forces. Each species employs unique strategies to assert its place in this rich but competitive environment. The Ngorongoro crater is not a dense rainforest or an arid desert. It is a vast caldera where low grasslands, acacia woodlands, and seasonal water bodies converge. However, this abundance of resources is also the epicenter of intense conflict. Lions, with their superior strength and ambush tactics, are not just formidable hunters, but also opportunistic scavengers. Unlike in southern Africa, lions in the Ngorongoro crater usurp up to 71% of the prey hunted by hyenas. A pride of lions led by powerful black-maned males can easily overpower even large hyena clans. Instead of hunting constantly, lions leverage their size and brute force to dominate the ecosystem. Hyenas, in contrast, excel in stamina and patience. They hunt by exhausting their prey, often targeting migratory species like wildebeest or zebra. Using encirclement strategies, hyenas weaken their target before bringing it down. Even after a successful hunt, hyenas must defend their kill from lions. Faced with danger, hyenas employ defensive tactics. They form protective circles around their kill or vulnerable members, emitting loud, strange calls to summon reinforcements. Their characteristic laugh is both a communication tool and a psychological weapon. Yet, despite their resilience, the Ngorongoro crater is lion territory. Lions, the true kings of the savannah, are responsible for 60 to 70% of adult hyena mortality within the crater. A lion attack is swift and ferocious. With precise tactics, the lion charges its prey, using its powerful jaws to strike at vital points. The competitive relationship between lions and hyenas is not merely a story of two apex predators. It is a crucial factor that shapes the entire structure of the Ngorongoro crater ecosystem. When the balance is broken, everything can change in an instant. However, an imbalance can arise when one species becomes too dominant. When lion populations grow too rapidly, hyenas face increasing pressure, forcing them to alter their hunting strategies or seek new territories. Survival waits for no one. Only the adaptable endure. In the heart of southern Africa, between the arid Namib Desert and the vast savanna grasslands, lies the Namibian savanna woodlands. This is not a dense forest, but an immense landscape of vast grasslands dotted with camel thorn trees. The camel thorn trees, growing up to 65 feet tall, are the lifeblood of this region. Their roots plunge as deep as 150 feet into the earth, drawing up scarce groundwater. Amidst the grasslands are dry riverbeds like the Honib and Kunene rivers, which only hold water during the rainy season. Despite their arid appearance, these dry rivers are the lifelines of the land, where lush vegetation grows along their banks. With 350 to 400 lions roaming the park, Etosha boasts one of the highest lion densities in the world. Their resounding roars echo across the plains, a proud declaration of their dominance. In the darkness, every step, every roar underscores the absolute power of these savanna kings. Etosha National Park is not a sanctuary for the weak. With an average annual rainfall of just 15 inches, it is a land of harsh extremes. Herds of springbok and gemsbok traverse the plains in search of water, but their existence is constantly threatened by two apex predators. Lions, the rulers of the savanna, rely on strength and ambush tactics to hunt. An adult lion, weighing up to 420 pounds, can bring down large prey like buffalo or zebra with just a few calculated strikes. However, their tactics extend beyond the hunt. In an environment of scarce resources, lions frequently steal prey from hyenas. Hyenas, on the other hand, excel in stamina and teamwork. A large hyena clan, often numbering in the dozens, knows how to coordinate its efforts to exhaust its prey. Equipped with powerful jaws, unparalleled aggression, and superior numbers, they can quickly subdue even large animals. However, their success is often overshadowed by the threat of lions. In the arid environment of Etosha, scarce water sources like Okauquejo and Halali become hubs of life. These water holes are not just gathering places for animals to quench their thirst, but also battlegrounds for lions and hyenas. Conflicts are frequent, especially at dusk or during the night when both predators are most active. The dynamic between lions and hyenas in Etosha is more than mere competition. It is a complex interaction that maintains the balance of the ecosystem. The power imbalance between lions and hyenas significantly affects the equilibrium of the Namibian savanna woodland ecosystem. In this case, hyenas are at a disadvantage compared to lions, often being overpowered, which leads to a sharp decline in their numbers. This means that carcasses are not disposed of in a timely manner, which can lead to the spread of disease. The rainy season on the savanna begins in November, transforming the entire landscape. When the first rains touch the African savanna, the parched land awakens. Dry rivers are reborn, forming temporary lakes that attract herds of wildebeest and zebra. However, this transformation disrupts the balance of predatory activity. The tall grass becomes a double-edged sword. For lions, it provides better cover for ambushes, but reduces visibility. For hyenas, the soft, slippery terrain does not hinder their stamina, but does prolong their chases. Hyena clans operate like a finely tuned machine, where each individual has a distinct role. During a hunt, the strongest adults lead, directly attacking the prey to apply pressure. Other members follow, encircling and exhausting the prey until it is quickly subdued. This coordination not only maximizes their collective power, but also minimizes the risk to each individual. The success rate of hyena hunts increases by 25% when they hunt in groups. The society of the hyena is built on a solid matrilineal foundation. In each clan, the females hold power, dominating all the males. This hierarchy is not just a social structure, but also a survival strategy. During the rainy season, when food sources are dispersed, this matrilineal structure becomes crucial for maintaining stability. The dominant females not only decide the clan's hunting strategies, but also lead confrontations. With their larger bodies, averaging 150 pounds, and higher testosterone levels, the dominant females naturally assume leadership roles. They have priority access to food and play a crucial role in protecting the clan's young. The rainy season poses significant challenges for the clan's cubs. Floods and low temperatures can be fatal if they are not properly cared for. In hyena society, the adult females play a vital role in nurturing and protecting the young. The social structure of hyenas not only establishes order, but also enhances hunting efficiency and territorial defense. The females not only care for their own offspring, but also protect the other cubs in the clan. This collective care reduces mortality rates, especially in harsh weather conditions. During the rainy season, when the grass grows up to 5 feet tall and the terrain becomes slippery, coordination among members becomes a key factor for survival. In group hunts, hyenas use intelligent encirclement tactics. They drive their prey into soft, muddy or flooded areas where the terrain slows the prey's speed and agility. Some hyenas block escape routes from the front, while others pursue from behind. The coordination of the hyenas is not just a simple chase, but a meticulously organized operation. The strongest adults often lead the attack, applying pressure on the prey. While smaller or younger members maintain the perimeter or provide support from the rear. Stamina is one of the hyena's most important weapons. Unlike lions, which rely on speed and power to overwhelm prey in a short burst, hyenas depend on their endurance to wear down their opponents. The powerful bite of a hyena, capable of generating a force of up to 1,100 pounds per square inch, is a formidable weapon. In coordinated group hunts, the hyena's success rate increases by 25%, especially during the rainy season. Carcasses of animals swept away by floods or exhausted also become an abundant food source, helping hyenas conserve energy. With their keen sense of smell, hyenas can detect a carcass from a distance of up to 3 miles. When the first heavy rains of the season fall, the African savanna undergoes a spectacular transformation. Themida triandra grass grows tall, creating green walls that obscure everything. Herds of wildebeest and zebra no longer congregate around fixed water sources as they do in the dry season. Instead, they disperse, taking advantage of the newly revived rivers and waterholes. In this chaotic landscape, lions face a significant challenge. How to maintain the strength of the pride, protect their territory, and hunt effectively. This is not just a story of survival, but a testament to the incredible social organization of lions. During the rainy season, lion prides must travel farther to hunt. Large prey like wildebeest and zebra are scattered, forcing prides to travel up to 15 miles a day to find food. The tall grass and soft, slippery terrain reduce the effectiveness of their ambushes. To overcome these difficulties, lion prides must adapt, relying more on teamwork and meticulous strategies. A lion pride typically consists of 3 to 20 individuals. Contrary to the myth of a single dominant king, the true center of the pride is the lionesses. These females maintain the rhythm of the pride, taking on the roles of hunters and caregivers for the young. Meanwhile, the male lions, with their superior strength and size, act as the pride's protectors. Although roles within the pride are clearly defined, coordination between males and females is essential for survival. Lionesses not only take on the task of hunting, but also nurture and protect the next generation. Male lions serve as guardians, ensuring the pride's territory remains safe from invaders. Hunting is not the only responsibility of the lionesses. They must also protect and nurture their cubs, the future of the pride. During the rainy season, with the increased activity of hyenas and leopards, the risk of cubs being attacked is at its highest. Dens are often chosen in higher locations, away from areas prone to flooding. Here, the lionesses take turns guarding the cubs, ensuring their safety. This protective behavior is not merely a duty, but a testament to the strong bonds within the pride. During the dry season, herds of wildebeest, zebra, and buffalo congregate around fixed water sources. However, when the rains arrive, rivers overflow and waterholes appear, causing these animals to disperse widely. The challenges for predators are not just the distance, but also the changing terrain. Mud slows down chases, and grass up to 5 feet tall obstructs vision. A group of lionesses, typically 2 to 4 members, coordinate perfectly with each other. They move silently, getting closer to their target with the tall grass completely concealing their movements. The success rate of lions using ambush tactics in tall grass increases by 40%, surpassing any other predator. When the distance closes to 10 or 20 feet, one lioness launches an attack, swift and precise. The others quickly surround the prey, cutting off all escape routes. This tactic is particularly effective against slower, larger prey like buffalo or even giraffes. The rainy season, with its challenges and obstacles, does not diminish the dominance of lions on the savanna. Instead, it highlights their intelligence, organization, and sophisticated hunting prowess. From ambushes in the tall grass to coordinated group attacks, lions are not just warriors, but artists on the stage of nature. In the pouring rain, as their roars echo across the plains, they display not only strength, but also resilience and adaptability. During the rainy season, male lions take on a very different role. While they only participate in 5 to 10% of hunts, male lions play a decisive role in protecting the pride. Their primary responsibility is to defend the territory and maintain dominance within the group. The rainy season not only transforms the landscape, but also increases pressure from the outside. Spotted hyenas, the fiercest competitors of lions, become more active, organizing large-scale attacks to steal prey. At the same time, young males from other prides intensify their efforts to challenge the dominant males for control. The pride's territory becomes a battlefield where every intruder pays a heavy price. Rain washes away the scent marks that lions use to define their territory. In this context, the task of defending the territory becomes even more urgent for the male lions. Weighing an average of 420 pounds, male lions are formidable warriors, using both strength and their resounding roars to assert dominance. A roar from an adult male can travel up to 5 miles, serving as a clear declaration of territory amidst the rain. One of the biggest adversaries of male lions are large hyena clans. When 10 to 20 hyenas attack using mobbing tactics, the male lion responds with absolute power. A single swat from their massive paws can severely injure or even kill an adult hyena. The presence of a male lion often forces hyena clans to retreat, restoring balance. The rainy season, with its trials and dangers, does not diminish the lion's dominance. On the contrary, it highlights their strength, not just in their powerful attacks, but also in their organization and unity. This is the complete portrait of the true rulers of the savannah, where every rain is a reminder of their resilience and intelligence. The scorching sun burns brightly over the African savanna, turning the vast landscape into a barren wasteland. Temperatures soar past 104 degrees Fahrenheit, searing all life on the ground. The once lush Themida triandra grasslands now crumble into dry, brittle patches. The dry season is not just a test of endurance for all species, but also a time when the balance of power shifts. The constant competition between these two apex predators becomes more intense than ever. As water becomes scarce, large water sources like the Mara or Serenera rivers become centers of life. Herds of wildebeest, zebra, and Thompson's gazelle, the main prey of both lions and hyenas, gather around the remaining waterholes. Scarcity forces both lions and hyenas to adapt, change their strategies, and sometimes confront each other directly to survive. The dry season turns the savanna into a harsh battlefield. The grass is scorched, the water is depleted, and the rare shade of the acacia trees cannot soothe the suffocating heat. This harsh environment leaves predators with few places to hide. The open terrain reduces the effectiveness of ambush tactics and increases the frequency of encounters. Lions reduce their daytime activity by nearly 20% compared to the rainy season, shifting their hunting primarily to the night. Hyenas, with their superior heat tolerance thanks to cooling mechanisms through panting, can extend their daytime activities. As the harsh winds of the dry season sweep across the African savanna, the landscape seems to hold its breath under the suffocating heat. A single spark, whether from a lightning strike or human activity, is enough to cause wildfires. Ash covers the ground, smoke obscures the sky, and life seems to be stripped away, leaving a desolate scene. Wildfires, a natural part of the savanna cycle, are relentless destroyers. Each year, over 4 million square miles of savanna are affected by fire. These fires burn everything in their path, from vast grasslands to low-lying bushes. The consequences are devastating. Herds of wildebeest, zebra, and Thompson's gazelle migrate to remote areas. As the prey disappears, the open, scorched terrain fundamentally changes the landscape of the savanna. For lions, this poses a significant challenge. Without tall grass for ambushes, they are forced to adapt their strategies, struggling in the open areas. Conversely, hyenas, with their remarkable agility and endurance, are better able to take advantage of these open spaces. The dry season in the African savanna not only brings scorching heat, but also fuels indirect battles. The entire ecosystem feels the strain of scarcity. In this harsh environment, lions and spotted hyenas engage in a silent struggle. Everything on the savanna begins with grass. The once dense vegetation, the foundation of the food chain, is eroded by the harsh weather. As the green fields disappear, herds of wildebeest, zebra, and Thompson's gazelle are forced to migrate. According to a 2023 ecological report, wildebeest populations in drought-affected areas have decreased by 40%. As prey becomes scarce, the interconnected relationship between lions and hyenas in the food chain becomes increasingly apparent. These two apex predators not only compete for prey, but also rely on scavenging to survive. A single wildebeest carcass can become the center of intense conflicts. The dry season completely changes the hunting behavior of both lions and hyenas. With fewer herbivores, lions conserve energy by being more selective in their hunts or by stealing food from hyenas. Lions often have the upper hand in these confrontations. A 2024 study in the Ngorongoro crater showed that 20% of a lion's diet during the dry season comes from scavenging kills made by hyenas. Hyenas, on the other hand, face pressure not only from lions, but also from the scarcity of resources. Thanks to their adaptability, they take advantage of every opportunity, scavenging the carcasses of animals that have died from exhaustion or lack of water. Data from the same study showed that 35% of the hyena's food source during this period came from what the lions left behind. This dynamic shows that lions provide opportunities for hyenas, and hyenas clean up what remains. The indirect relationship between lions and hyenas also heavily impacts the herbivores. As predator competition increases, herds of wildebeest and zebra face growing pressure. Carcasses are not just food. They serve as a link between species, initiating a complex chain of interactions. Animals that collapse from exhaustion become battlegrounds for lions and hyenas, but also rewards for other predators. Leopards are stealthy predators. Unlike the dominance of lions or the pack tactics of hyenas, leopards rely on secrecy. After a successful kill, they drag their prey up into the high branches of a tree to avoid the attention of larger predators. However, during the dry season, this strategy is not always effective. The arrival of a lion or hyena often forces the leopard to abandon its prey. These abandoned carcasses become valuable opportunities for hyenas. A 2024 study in the Ngorongoro crater found that 25% of a hyena's diet during the dry season came from prey abandoned by leopards. Without having to confront lions directly, hyenas can exploit these opportunities to reduce the pressure of hunting. But such actions do not always go unnoticed. With her complex social memory, the female hyena does not forget who took her cub. One quietly approaches, right where the lion cubs are playing. But the spotted hyena has been too careless. A male lion does not let anyone harm his cubs so easily. A bite to the neck. But no matter how large and powerful the lion is, killing an adult hyena is no simple task. The hyena's body is a biological fortress built for endurance. The coat of a spotted hyena consists of two distinct layers. On the outside are coarse guard hairs, about 1.2 to 1.6 inches long. Underneath is an undercoat of finer hairs, about 0.6 to 0.8 inches in length, providing insulation and protecting the skin. Beneath that fur is something that makes every predator wary, an unusually thick skin designed to withstand deep bites. In chaotic clashes, a single lion can easily injure a hyena. But to take down an adult individual from a clan, especially a female, requires several lions working together. After killing the hyena, the lion pride moves on. By the time the hyena clan discovers the scene, the body of their companion is no longer intact. They sniff the ground, gathering information about the culprits. Lions and spotted hyenas can both reign as the rulers of the savannah. But paradoxically, their greatest enemy is not each other, it is humanity. The threats that both species face today reveal the fragility of African ecosystems. Today, there are fewer than 20,000 lions left in the wild, a decrease of over 40% in just the last 25 years. The primary cause is habitat loss, as humans expand agricultural land, graze livestock, and build settlements. Human-wildlife conflict has also become a serious issue. When lions prey on livestock, people often retaliate by setting traps, poisoning carcasses, or directly hunting the lions. Additionally, Lions are threatened by poaching for their bones, skins, and other body parts, which are sold through illegal markets. The spotted hyena, though often overlooked compared to the lion, faces similar dangers. Habitat fragmentation eliminates the vast territories that hyena clans need for hunting. In many pastoral communities, hyenas are considered pests and are killed in large numbers. Furthermore, they are affected by superstitions and folklore. In some regions, hyena body parts are traded for their supposed magical properties. Not quite friendship, but not absolute enemies either, but certainly a fierce competition. Studies in the Serengeti, Tanzania have recorded that up to 58% of encounters between the two species end in conflict. One side maintains the balance of prey, while the other ensures that no resource is wasted. Nature has composed a tense yet harmonious symphony. But the story is not over. Lions and hyenas now stand at a crossroads of survival. And the outcome depends on whether humans choose to be destroyers or guardians. In response, people have begun to take positive steps to reverse the trend. Large protected areas like Serengeti National Park in Tanzania and Kruger National Park in South Africa have been established and expanded. Conservation programs like the Lion Recovery Fund aim to double the number of wild lions by 2050. At the same time, research projects on spotted hyenas in Kenya and Tanzania are underway to raise awareness. Some initiatives also focus on solutions for peaceful coexistence between humans and wildlife. For example, in Kenya, secure grazing areas experimenting with predator-proof fences have significantly reduced cases of lions and hyenas preying on livestock. Across the savannah, the roar of the lion and the echoing laughter of the spotted hyena remind us that life here is more fragile than ever. Without a collective effort, those sounds may only exist in memory. Every action, no matter how small, has meaning. Protecting lions, hyenas, and the African landscape is also a way of preserving creation itself. Ensuring that future generations can still feel the primal heartbeat of the earth. Because in the end, the roar of the lion or the laugh of the hyena is not just the sound of the savannah, it is the heartbeat of a living planet. And if you have ever witnessed these incredible animals, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experience.
The Kalahari Desert is not only famous for its scorching heat during the day, but also for its extreme temperature difference between day and night. Brown hyenas, like many other animals, are mainly active at night, which helps them avoid the intense heat and save energy. During the cooler months, they hunt and forage, using their superior sense of smell to find water and food. The role of brown hyenas in the Kalahari ecosystem is extremely important. They are scavengers, helping to clean the environment and prevent the spread of disease, while maintaining the nutrient cycle in the ecosystem, supporting biodiversity in the area. During the dry season, when food sources become scarce, the role of hyenas becomes especially important. They are an important link in the food chain, helping to reduce pressure on the entire ecological network. Biodiversity in the area. During the dry season, when food sources become scarce, the role of hyenas becomes especially important. They are an important link in the food chain, helping to reduce pressure on the entire ecological network. For larger carnivores such as lions, the dry season is not only a survival challenge, but also a time when they must adapt to a complex society. Lions in the Kalahari often live in prides, with a social structure consisting of related females, cubs, and one or more males. This group is not only key to effective hunting, but also helps defend territory during the dry season when resources become scarce. Close cooperation between pride members helps them hunt more effectively and defend their territory from threats. During the dry season, female lions play an important role in maintaining pride stability, not only in hunting, but also in caring for their cubs. As resources become scarcer, the solidarity within the lion pride becomes stronger, and cooperative behavior becomes more evident. Females often work together to hunt and care for the next generation. This is not only an adaptation to the harsh environment, but also a lesson in resilience and the power of solidarity in the wild. Have you ever wondered how complex an animal society can be? Lions, hyenas, and many other species in the Kalahari survive not only through individual strength, but also through cooperation, an important factor that helps them overcome the challenges of nature. The dry season in the Kalahari Desert is not only a challenge for the survival of animals, but also a stressful time, where the fight for territory and reproductive rights becomes more intense than ever. Male lions in a pride often have to patrol the borders of their territory, roaring loudly to assert their power and chase away intruding rivals. This fight is not only between lions, but also a relentless struggle for survival, where each lion must prove himself strong enough to maintain dominance in the pride. During the dry season, hunting becomes a matter of survival for lions. Wild antelopes, zebras, and gazelles are their main prey. But as water sources dry up and grasslands dry up, these animals have to move around in search of water and food. This causes lions' hunting strategies to change, as they have to learn to track the movements of their prey and wait for suitable opportunities. One of the lions' notable hunting tactics is group coordination, a skill they use to increase their success rate. Female lions often work together to approach their prey, using ambush tactics with the help of other members of the pride, creating an effective cooperative system. Sometimes, a few lions will attract the attention of their prey, while others approach and attack. This hunting method not only helps them hunt large prey that they would not be able to take down alone, but also demonstrates the great power of cooperation in nature. However, the scarcity of water in the dry season can also change the behavior of prey. Animals often gather around the remaining water sources, making them easier to hunt. Lions, with their sharp observation skills, often take advantage of this by hiding near water points, waiting for prey to come near. This hunting tactic itself demonstrates the great adaptation of lions, helping them overcome all challenges and survive in a difficult environment. Survival in the Kalahari not only requires intelligence in hunting strategies, but also requires animals to have special adaptations to cope with extreme temperatures and climate change. Lions, with their distinctive golden brown coats, can easily blend into the arid landscape of the desert, making it easier for them to hunt and avoid being detected by their prey. At the same time, as true nocturnal hunters, lions also avoid the intense heat of the day by hunting during the cooler hours of the evening, when temperatures drop and they can conserve energy in a harsh environment. Lions are not only powerful predators, but also play an important role in maintaining the ecological balance of the Kalahari Desert. Controlling prey populations helps them maintain biodiversity in the area, creating far-reaching effects in the ecosystem. As lions hunt and regulate herbivore numbers, they not only maintain nutrient cycling, but also influence the feeding patterns of other animals, creating a dynamic and resilient ecological network. However, the Kalahari Desert is not only home to the kings of the wild, such as lions. It is also home to the fastest animal on the planet, the cheetah. Unlike lions, cheetahs do not live in herds, but prefer to live independently or in small groups. Their survival depends entirely on their great speed and flexibility in each hunt. The dry season, when water sources are limited and prey must move to find food and water, is the time when the cheetah's hunting strategies become more important than ever. Cheetahs mainly hunt small to medium-sized animals such as springbok, impala, and gazelle. During the dry season, when water sources are depleted, prey are forced to migrate, creating new opportunities and challenges for cheetahs. With a terrifying speed of up to 97 kilometers per hour in short sprints, cheetahs can overtake their opponents in the blink of an eye. However, their victory depends not only on speed, but also on their ability to approach their prey silently and undetected. The dry season is both an ideal time for hunting, when scarce vegetation makes prey easy to see, but also when prey becomes more alert when water sources are scarce. Therefore, cheetahs must use a sophisticated attack tactic, quietly approaching their prey, taking advantage of every gap to rush at breakneck speed. But, as water sources become increasingly scarce, finding easy prey becomes more difficult than ever. During the dry season, survival against predators becomes a severe challenge, and male lions are no exception. To protect their territories and gain reproductive rights with females in the pride, male lions often form temporary alliances with each other. These alliances help them defend larger territories, gain access to resources, and prey. The dry season in the Kalahari is not only a struggle for food, but also a fierce territorial war. Male lions roar to assert their power, deter intruders, and confront each other in fierce battles to maintain their place in the wild. Cheetahs, while solitary, are no less fascinating in the way they have adapted to the challenges of the Kalahari. As the fastest land predators, cheetahs have bodies perfectly designed for speed and agility, but they also possess excellent adaptations to survive in this arid environment. Their bright fur helps camouflage them against the desert landscape, while their special respiratory system with large nostrils and lungs helps them absorb oxygen efficiently during high-speed sprints. These features are vital to cheetahs' success as hunters, especially during the dry season, when food sources become even more scarce. During the dry season, lack of water becomes a common concern for all desert animals, including cheetahs. However, they are highly adaptable and can survive for long periods without drinking water directly. Instead, they get water from the prey they hunt. However, when drought conditions become severe, cheetahs may have to travel further to find water, which requires them to expend more energy to sustain their lives. Cheetahs not only act as apex predators, but also maintain the ecological balance in the Kalahari. They help control the numbers of herbivores, such as springbok and gazelle, preventing overgrazing and promoting biodiversity in their habitat. This helps to maintain a stable resource base in the Kalahari ecosystem, creating a sustainable biological cycle. Meanwhile, sandcats, meerkats, are exceptionally social creatures, living in closely knit cooperative groups, called mobs, which can number up to 40 individuals. These groups are led by a primary breeding pair, while other members play supporting roles in raising offspring, finding food, and defending territory. During the dry season, when resources become limited, the sandcat's social cohesion becomes more important than ever. The complex relationships between individuals in the group are not only a factor in their survival, but also key to helping sandcats cope with the pressures of the harsh environment of the Kalahari Desert. Life in the desert is never easy, but it is thanks to these survival strategies that each species can overcome the fierce challenges of nature. In the Kalahari Desert, sandcats, meerkats are not just small predators, but also sophisticated survival warriors. They are social animals that live in tight groups, with each member playing an important role in finding food and defending the group. Although insects are their main food source, during the dry season, when insects become scarce, sandcats must use all their hunting skills. They dig in the sand to find worms, tubers, and roots, important food sources that can provide both nutrition and water for them. One of the sandcat's remarkable strategies is food sharing. When a member of the group finds a food source, it will bring it back and share it with the rest of the group. This not only helps ensure that all members have enough nutrition, but also strengthens social relationships and helps the herd become more united during the challenging dry season. In particular, sand cats are also capable of locating food underground thanks to their extremely sensitive sense of smell, helping them survive when food sources above ground become scarce. With their keen eyesight and hearing, sand cats can detect danger from a distance and at the same time search for food effectively. Meanwhile, they also have body temperature regulation behaviors to cope with the intense heat of the desert. Sand cats' digging activities also create tunnel systems, which not only help them find shelter, but also create conditions for other animals to use. These tunnels can help loosen the soil, contributing to improving the ability of plants to grow in the area. Sand cats are an integral part of the Kalahari Desert food chain. They are both predators and prey for larger carnivores. By controlling insect populations, sand cats help maintain the ecological balance of the desert, while also providing an important food source for other animals, thereby supporting the biodiversity of the entire ecosystem. However, while the sand cat is a symbol of survival in the wild, another animal in the Kalahari stands out for its great independence and flexibility: the leopard. Leopards are known as lone hunters, but their ingenuity in adapting to any environment has made them excellent hunters. During the dry season, when the Kalahari becomes harsher, leopards not only fight hunger, but also face challenges due to lack of water and scarce food sources. But thanks to their agility and excellent hunting strategies, leopards remain one of the kings of the desert, challenging all harsh conditions to survive. Leopards, one of the big cats with excellent adaptability, especially in the harsh environment of the Kalahari Desert. With their distinctive polka-dot coat, they skillfully hide in the darkness of the arid forest, where they lie in wait for their prey. The leopard's hunting tactics depend not only on patience, but also on their excellent climbing ability, allowing them to attack their prey from above, a strategy that is particularly effective in the dry season when prey congregate around water sources. The dry season in the Kalahari is an extremely harsh period for leopards. Not only do female leopards have to ensure that they have enough food for themselves, they also have to feed and care for their cubs. Success in each hunt not only determines the leopard's survival, but also directly affects its ability to maintain its species in arid and deprived conditions. To cope with the heat of the day, leopards often hunt during the cooler hours of the day or at night when temperatures drop. This helps them conserve energy and increase their ability to attack prey by surprise. Leopards are solitary animals, and each maintains a large territory, which they regularly patrol and defend against intruders. During the dry season, defining and defending territory becomes more important than ever, as resources become scarce and competition between species becomes more intense. Male leopards often have larger territories, and they are willing to travel many kilometers to protect food sources and mating opportunities. To survive in the harsh conditions of the Kalahari Desert, leopards have developed special adaptations. Their bodies are equipped with powerful muscles, sharp claws, and keen senses, all of which serve their stealthy and ambush hunting lifestyle. However, in this arid environment, leopards have also developed behavioral and physiological characteristics that help them cope with high temperatures and lack of water. The leopard's excellent climbing ability allows them to find shelter in trees, not only to keep them away from danger, but also to protect their prey from other predators. When hunting, leopards often carry their prey up into trees, both to keep their meal safe and to reduce the possibility of being attacked by other predators. Leopards can change their diet, hunting smaller animals or birds when large prey becomes scarce, which helps them remain flexible and survive in the challenging environment of the Kalahari. This adaptation not only makes the jaguar one of the desert's most skilled hunters, but also maintains the ecological balance of the region, as they help control herbivore populations and maintain the biodiversity of the desert ecosystem. However, while the sandcat is a symbol of survival in the wild, another animal in the Kalahari stands out for its great independence and flexibility: the leopard. Leopards are known as lone hunters, but their ingenuity in adapting to any environment has made them excellent hunters. During the dry season, when the Kalahari becomes harsher, leopards not only fight hunger, but also face challenges due to lack of water and scarce food sources. But thanks to their agility and excellent hunting strategies, leopards remain one of the kings of the desert, challenging all harsh conditions to survive. Leopards, one of the big cats with excellent adaptability, especially in the harsh environment of the Kalahari Desert. With their distinctive polka-dot coat, they skillfully hide in the darkness of the arid forest, where they lie in wait for their prey. The leopard's hunting tactics depend not only on patience, but also on their excellent climbing ability, allowing them to attack their prey from above, a strategy that is particularly effective in the dry season when prey congregate around water sources. The dry season in the Kalahari is an extremely harsh period for leopards. Not only do female leopards have to ensure that they have enough food for themselves, they also have to feed and care for their cubs. Success in each hunt not only determines the leopard's survival, but also directly affects its ability to maintain its species in arid and deprived conditions. To cope with the heat of the day, leopards often hunt during the cooler hours of the day or at night when temperatures drop. This helps them conserve energy and increase their ability to attack prey by surprise. Leopards are solitary animals, and each maintains a large territory which they regularly patrol and defend against intruders. During the dry season, defining and defending territory becomes more important than ever, as resources become scarce and competition between species becomes more intense. Male leopards often have larger territories, and they are willing to travel many kilometers to protect food sources and mating opportunities. To survive in the harsh conditions of the Kalahari Desert, leopards have developed special adaptations. Their bodies are equipped with powerful muscles, sharp claws, and keen senses, all of which serve their stealthy and ambush hunting lifestyle. However, in this arid environment, leopards have also developed behavioral and physiological characteristics that help them cope with high temperatures and lack of water. The leopard's excellent climbing ability allows them to find shelter in trees, not only to keep them away from danger, but also to protect their prey from other predators. When hunting, leopards often carry their prey up into trees, both to keep their meal safe and to reduce the possibility of being attacked by other predators. Leopards can change their diet, hunting smaller animals or birds when large prey becomes scarce, which helps them remain flexible and survive in the challenging environment of the Kalahari. This adaptation not only makes the jaguar one of the desert's most skilled hunters, but also maintains the ecological balance of the region, as they help control herbivore populations and maintain the biodiversity of the desert ecosystem. After 95 days of pregnancy, Nala finds a safe haven among the dense vegetation of the savanna to give birth to her cubs. Young leopards, weak and vulnerable, are completely dependent on their mothers for survival. Their first months of life are a challenge filled with dangers, and each decision Nala makes will determine the fate of the whole family. To protect her cubs from predators such as hyenas or lions, Nala must constantly change her hiding place, traveling a distance of up to 8 kilometers per day. She not only searches for a safe place for her cubs, but also trades her time to find food. This process requires not only carefulness, but also constant perseverance. Nala must accept sacrifices, possibly sleepless nights, to monitor and protect her cubs. While the leopards were still under the protection of their mother, Nala faced the greatest challenge of her life: hunting. She had to search for food while remaining alert to protect her cubs. One day, Nala spotted a lone impala moving lightly among the bushes. At this moment, all of Nala's hunting skills were put to the test. She approached her prey cautiously and precisely in a decisive moment. Nala, with a quick movement, rushed at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in just a few seconds. She knew that success in this hunt meant another day of survival for her family. Each lightning-fast leap is not just a part of instinct, but a symbol of relentless perseverance. Now that they needed more food, Nala's task became even more difficult and challenging. Hunting alone in a dangerous environment like the savanna is not easy. Can you imagine the loneliness and challenge of a cheetah when it has to fight with a success rate of only 1 in 5 times? In this harsh environment, life can only thrive thanks to the strong connection between creatures and their amazing ability to adapt. The female lions play an extremely important role in maintaining the balance in the savanna, because they are not only talented hunters, but also provide food for the whole pride. Their ability to coordinate with each other not only helps increase the success rate of each hunt, but also ensures the survival of the whole pride. When hunting on the savanna, female lions face a myriad of challenges. Statistics show that only 1 in 5 hunts is successful, but when they join forces, the success rate increases significantly. Unity is a key factor in protecting cubs and even males in the pride. They hunt at night, when the chances of winning are greater, especially for vulnerable prey such as zebra, wildebeest, and impala, whose ability to detect danger relies mainly on sight rather than smell. The presence of female lions is crucial to maintaining balance in the savanna ecosystem. As they regulate the numbers of herbivores, such as zebra and wildebeest, they help prevent these species from overpopulating, which can affect the habitat of the entire area. Antelopes, when they overconsume plants, not only damage natural resources, but also cause a decline in soil quality and the health of grasslands. Besides being talented hunters, lionesses are also excellent mothers. From birth, leopard cubs are completely dependent on their mothers for care, protection, and education. This is no small responsibility, requiring courage and constant sacrifice. Every day, female lions face numerous dangers from other animals such as hyenas, leopards, or even male lions who can threaten the survival of their cubs. In the social structure of a lion pride, male lions are constantly changing. They can occupy new territories, establish temporary alliances, or fight for control. However, it is the female lions who maintain stability and maintain the lineage through many generations. It is thanks to the female lions that the spirit of the pride is maintained, continuing to fight the relentless challenges of the savanna. While male lions may leave, female lions always stay, maintaining survival and passing on important knowledge to the next generation. Changes in the landscape are challenges not only for herbivores, but also for lionesses. However, it is in these difficulties that they reveal their true strength. Their resilience, intelligence, and ability to adapt to circumstances become their most powerful weapons. They not only change their hunting strategies, but also protect their cubs with all their courage and learn to face the harsh cycles of wildlife. It is this ability to overcome all challenges that has helped lionesses become immortal symbols of resilience, the queens of a kingdom where survival is the greatest reward. And perhaps in the wild, creatures like lionesses are models of strength and smart, always know how to overcome difficulties. One of the most amazing places in the wild world is the Cratera de Ngorongoro, one of the most outstanding natural wonders of Africa. With an area of about 260 kilometers and an average depth of up to 600 meters, this is the largest intact volcanic crater in the world. What makes this place a paradise for wildlife? Simply because, in the heart of this crater, nature has created a rich ecosystem, which includes green grasslands, clear lakes, swamps, and dense forests, creating an ideal habitat for thousands of animal species. The Cratera de Ngorongoro is a miniature world, where wild creatures gather from large predators such as lions, hyenas, to herbivores such as wildebeest, zebra, and black rhino. With around 25,000 large mammals living here, this area creates a wonderful harmony between predators and prey. In the heart of this crater, a unique wild society has formed, where animals live in harmony in a delicate balance. In the wild, hyenas have completely defied the rules of the animal kingdom. Unlike other species, here power does not belong to the males but to the females. They are the foundation of entire dynasties, queens who lead complex and well-structured clans. Female hyenas are symbols of strength, cunning, and resilience, in an environment where survival requires constant change and adaptation. In hyena society, the dominant female is not only the head, but also the pillar of the entire social structure. Clear hierarchies help females stand at the top, control resources, and decide all matters within the group. Even the most powerful male hyenas must bow to the will of the mother and acknowledge her absolute power. This reflects not only sharp intelligence, but also deep social bonds, creating a strong and sustainable community. The leadership of the female hyena is not only domination by force, but also wisdom in maintaining stability and harmony in the group. She is the one who maintains peace, guides the younger generation, and makes important decisions to ensure survival in a challenging environment. Maintaining this dynasty is not only instinct, but also a profound social strategy. When faced with difficulties, have you ever thought that it is intelligent leadership and foresight that help maintain the development of a group? The continuation of the hyena dynasty lies in the maternal instinct. The females care for their cubs with great devotion and patience, teaching them how to hunt, communicate, and survive. In the first weeks of life, cubs are completely dependent on their mothers for survival. The female hyena's milk, rich in nutrients, provides an early advantage that prepares the young for the challenges ahead. The lessons that cubs learn are not only about hunting or finding food, but from a young age, they begin to absorb the complex social rules of the clan. They understand the importance of hierarchy and cooperation. Their simple games are important moments in developing essential life skills. These interactions not only help build the future of the cubs, but also sustain the vitality of the entire clan. The transmission of knowledge through the generations is what keeps the hyena dynasty going. Every lesson they learn, every behavior they imitate, contributes to the survival of not only the individual, but also the community. Although often seen as opportunists, the role of hyenas in the ecosystem of the savanna is extremely important. As they consume carcasses and the leftovers of other predators, hyenas keep the ecosystem clean and prevent the spread of disease. However, the hunting ability of hyenas cannot be underestimated. When they work together, hyenas can take down larger prey, proving that they are more than just scavengers. Every hunt by hyenas is a testament to their strength and ability to work together. Despite their strength and resilience, hyenas face countless challenges every day. They must compete for territory, resources, and safety from larger predators. But it is in these struggles that female hyenas truly show their true colors. As leaders in an incredibly complex society, they are not only models of strength, but also symbols of continuity. Female hyenas are not only talented leaders, but also the heart of an entire dynasty, regardless of time. They are symbols of power and continuity. In the animal world, female hyenas are the ones who keep the fire burning for the clan, maintaining life and development throughout the generations. At the heart of every pack, the matriarcha, the female chosen for her wisdom and influence, is not only the leader, but also the teacher, the guide, and the protector, the solid foundation of the entire group. Her accumulated memories and experiences are a precious treasure, containing paths to water, food, and safe shelter. She shares this information with the younger generation, ensuring the prosperity and survival of the pack. Have you noticed that in a society, the wisdom and experience of those who have gone before are the solid foundation on which the next generation can develop and progress? In the life of an elephant, the family bond is at the heart of everything, an unbreakable social structure where cooperation is key. Each adult elephant has a role to play, from caring for the calves to keeping the group safe. Matriarcha does not lead alone. She always has the strong support of the adult females, forming a strong support network for the common good of the herd. This system, built on trust and teamwork, is what helps the herd face all challenges. When the calves encounter difficulties, such as crossing rivers or going through difficult terrain, the adult elephants will ensure their safety. This spirit of solidarity is the backbone of survival in the wild. The elephant herd, led by the matriarcha, is not just a group of elephants, but a force that shapes a large part of the savanna, leaving a deep and indispensable mark on the ecosystem. This herd, which includes adults, calves, and young females, can have from 10 to 20 members, but this number varies depending on the development of new generations and when young bulls split off to pursue their own path. The matriarcha, usually the oldest and most experienced elephant in the herd, can live up to 60 years old. She leads with wisdom and experience accumulated over decades, using her excellent memory to guide the herd through dangerous paths and protect the survival of the group. By leading the herd through safe paths, searching for food and water, the matriarcha elephants not only ensure survival in harsh times, but also create a solid foundation for the sustainable development of the whole group. Under their leadership, the elephant herd develops harmoniously, strengthening the social bonds essential for the survival of the community. The actions of female matriarcha elephants do not stop at maintaining life, but they also have a strong impact on the surrounding environment. By cutting down dry trees to access nutritious leaves, they create gaps in the forest, becoming a shelter for countless other animals. These actions are not just survival, but natural engineering works, turning the savanna into a diverse ecological carpet. Without the matriarcha and their leadership, the balance of the ecosystem would be severely disrupted, threatening the rich biodiversity that depends on this complex interaction. The journeys that matriarcha lead are challenging, lasting up to 50 kilometers in a day, enduring scorching heat and harsh conditions. Each step is not only a journey for the herd's survival, but also their profound impact on the entire ecosystem. The way matriarcha passes on knowledge to the next generation is an incredibly profound process. Young elephants learn from their mothers not only how to interact with other species, but also how to find food in difficult times. Passing on these valuable lessons ensures that the savanna will continue to be a balanced and dynamic habitat while sustaining the prosperity of the elephant. In the silence of the savanna, the matriarcha does not rule by force but by inspiration. Their presence is a reminder of the power of unity, resilience, and a close connection to the surrounding environment. They are not just inhabitants of the wild, but architects of the ecosystem, creating life and prosperity for the entire land. When we see a herd of elephants from a distance, led by the matriarcha, it is difficult not to feel the respect that the savanna has for them. The strength and wisdom of these mighty queens is a testament to the greatness of nature, showing that even in the vast wilderness, there is order, purpose, and an unshakable force. Being a queen is not about dominating with force, but about the ability to maintain balance and the rhythm of life. Although they do not possess the brute strength of predators or the enormous size of elephants, zebras still play an extremely important role in the ecosystem of the savanna. Their distinctive stripes, like fingerprints, are not only beautiful, but also have a profound purpose. They stand out against the gray sky and yellow soil of the savanna. And like the queens of the savanna, they play an important part in the eternal cycle of life. The stripes on the zebra's body are not only an aesthetic mark, but also play an important role in temperature regulation and in deceiving predators. The optical effects of their stripes act as a shield, making it difficult for predators to accurately determine the distance and direction of the zebra when it is running away. In addition to being exceptional herbivores, zebras are also able to consume tough grasses that many other species cannot eat. When they graze, they not only nourish themselves, but also open the way for more sensitive plants to grow, thereby creating benefits for many other herbivores. This food chain, from zebras eating grass to supporting plant growth, is the first step in an incredibly complex and wonderful ecological cycle. In the savanna, the future of a zebra herd depends on the decisions of the females. With sharp instincts, they choose the best places to graze, find water, and protect their cubs. Adult females are the ones who maintain the cohesion and safety of the group. The birth of a calf is an important event, fraught with risks. From the very first steps, often just minutes after birth, the mother establishes a strong and immediate bond. This bond is extremely important, as in the early days of life, the calf is completely dependent on its mother for protection, nourishment, and guidance. A female can give birth to one calf each year, ensuring the continuity of the herd, but this also comes with the challenges of keeping them alive in a harsh environment. Herds of zebras are constantly on the move, searching for new pastures. They face scorching heat, predators, and water shortages during the dry season. Females, in particular, show incredible resilience in leading their calves through dangerous terrain and protecting them as best they can. Zebras not only play a vital role in maintaining the survival of their herds, but also play an essential role in the natural food chain, along with countless other animals. In the wild world of the savanna, herbivores like zebras not only exist to sustain themselves, but also play a vital role in feeding predators like leopards, hyenas, cheetahs, and lions. While this may sound tragic, it is actually an essential part of maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. The natural cycle of life, with all its brutality and beauty, reflects a divine purpose, where each species performs its role. As long as there is no undue interference from humans, the balance between predators and prey will continue, ensuring the survival of wildlife. As we have seen, zebras not only play an important role in maintaining the life of the herd, but also contribute greatly to maintaining the biodiversity of the savanna. When they graze, they create space for new plants to grow, creating conditions for other animals to survive. At the same time, they also become part of the food chain, providing nutrients for predators, thereby maintaining the natural balance. When zebras give birth to a calf, they are not only sustaining the life of their family, but also creating an indispensable part of the eternal cycle of nature. This reproduction is not only a rebirth, but also an affirmation of their important role in maintaining and renewing the ecosystem. They perform their role with great resilience and beauty, asserting the wild royalty they possess. With every step, every birth, zebras prove that they are the true queens of the savanna, not only through their beauty and strength, but also through the way they perform their indispensable role in the life and development of the ecosystem.
a majestic ecosystem where every blade of grass and every drop of water plays a role in the symphony of life. The savanna is not just a landscape. It is a vibrant stage where nature writes its stories of survival, competition, and balance. The geography of the savanna is a testament to nature's dramatic contrasts. Endless grasslands, dotted with ancient baobabs and solitary acacias, create a majestic yet challenging setting. Precious waterholes, shimmering under the sun, are the lifelines that draw thousands of creatures from afar. During the rainy season, the savanna bursts with life. But when the dry season arrives, everything changes. The ground cracks, the grass withers, and the waterholes shrink, turning the savanna into a harsh arena for survival. At the center of this ecosystem is a complex food chain, an intricate web that connects all living things. The grasslands form the foundation, feeding millions of herbivores like zebras, wildebeest, and gazelles. These herds are not only the primary food source for lions and hyenas, but also play a crucial role in regenerating the grasslands. The food chain extends even further. When a prey falls to the claws of a lion or the jaws of a hyena, the story continues. Scavengers like vultures, jackals, and sometimes hyenas themselves move in to clean up. Other predators like leopards and cheetahs also contribute to this system of checks and balances. Every creature, from the towering elephants to the tiny dung beetles, has an irreplaceable role. The ecological roles of the lion and the hyena tell a story of both competition and complementarity. The lion, with its power and majesty, regulates herbivore populations, preventing overgrazing. The hyena, with its scavenging abilities and diverse hunting, acts as nature's recycler, cleaning the environment and preventing disease. Though they are sworn enemies, these species inadvertently support each other, creating a dynamic ecosystem where fierce competition fuels life itself. Naya, a 6-year-old lioness, is not just a leader. She is the living soul of her pride on the vast Serengeti plains. Nia's journey offers a fresh perspective on the lives of great cats. Not just through the tense hunts or the bloody battles, but through an inner journey. At the peak of her life, Nia carries the fate of her pride on her shoulders. In a world where a small mistake can lead to tragedy, she must face life or death choices. Nia's 12-member pride is a finely tuned organization, forged over thousands of generations. The lionesses hunt with incredible precision, while the males patrol the territory. Nia's strength is not just in her muscles. The lion's tongue is not an organ of taste, but a tool of ruthless efficiency. Lined with sharp, backward-facing spines, it is a living rasp designed to strip every last fiber of sustenance from the bone. In this world where a single calorie can be the difference between life and death, nothing is ever wasted. This is also the tool that helps them groom and remove parasites from their own fur and that of their pride members. When a cub is injured in a clash with hyenas, its pale gold coat stained with blood, Nia is not just a grieving mother. As a leader, she must make cold, calculated decisions. Beyond the hunts, Nia and her pride are the unseen guardians of the grasslands. By controlling the populations of zebra, wildebeest, and buffalo, they prevent the Serengeti from turning into a desert. Lions have a sophisticated non-verbal communication, especially through their eyes. They have white patches of fur just below their eyes that act as reflectors, helping them to see each other's expressions. And gaze direction in the low light of dawn or dusk. By observing these subtle signals, Pride members can coordinate their actions perfectly without making a sound. However, Nya's throne is never secure. Every move she makes is watched, not just by her own cubs, but by her lifelong rival, Zawadi, the queen of a hyena clan. To the eyes of a predator, Nya is a symbol of power. But beneath her skin is a heart that knows pain, love, and the weight of responsibility for an entire community. The lion, often seen as brutal, is in fact an embodiment of order, resilience, and silent sacrifice. And Nya, against the golden backdrop of the Serengeti, is a living testament to that. If the lion is the majestic king of the savannah, then the hyena is the resilient challenger, ready to confront the throne with intelligence, endurance, and unity. Often misunderstood as cowardly scavengers, the hyena is one of Africa's most formidable predators, with unique characteristics and a sophisticated matriarchal society. The dominance of the female hyena begins even before birth. A queen's reign is decided not on the plains, but in the darkness of the womb. Here, a chemical war is waged, flooding the female embryo with the very hormones of power. She is born not as an infant, but as an heir, already larger, more aggressive, and destined to rule a world defined by strength. In this wildlife documentary, we explore the world of the hyena, from their incredible physical strength and complex social structure to their indispensable ecological role. If Nya is the son of the Serengeti, then Zawadi is the shadow inseparable from her light. As the leader of a spotted hyena clan of over 20, Zawadi lacks the majesty of the lion. But possesses something even more dangerous: cold calculation and patience. Far from the opportunistic scavengers depicted in many wildlife documentaries, hyenas are true strategists. Zawadi's clan operates on a strict hierarchy maintained through alliances, eerie laughter, and even violence. She does not hunt with speed, but with persistence. She does not confront directly, but waits for a mistake. When Nia leads her pride on a hunt, Zawadi lurks in the shadows, silently counting the beats of every decision. Her clan operates like a special ops unit, communicating through whoops and giggles, frequencies that humans cannot fully decipher. Scientists have discovered that each hyena has a completely unique laugh, like an acoustic fingerprint. This laugh not only expresses excitement or stress, but also reveals information about the individual's age, sex, and social status. By listening, other hyenas can recognize exactly who is speaking. And where they stand in the hierarchy, creating an incredibly complex social communication network. In an instant, the entire clan can emerge from the bush, attacking like a wave of silent violence that makes even lions wary. However, Zawadi is not just a rival. She is a mother, a leader, and a protector of her clan's survival in a harsh land. In the dry season, when carrion is a precious resource, Zawadi leads her clan for tens of miles, up to 30 miles, in search of a chance to survive. Their ability to digest bone, skin, and sinew allows them to utilize what others leave behind. They are the silent cleaners of the savannah. In the Serengeti, where life and death are separated by a heartbeat, Nia and Zawadi are two opposing forces. Light and shadow, strength and strategy, maternal love and cold precision. But it is their competition that drives the pulse of the savannah. Where there are no villains or heroes, only the instinct to survive in the form of queens. The battle between Nia and Zawadi is not just a clash of predators. It is a sacred dance of power and intelligence, majesty and persistence. Where every step writes a chapter in the epic story of life, death, and the balance of nature. In this wildlife documentary, the journey of Nia, a symbol of strength and sacrifice, and Zawadi, the embodiment of intelligence and unity, reveals a timeless rivalry. The core of this competition lies in their overlapping food sources. They are two nations at war over a shrinking territory, and their conflict is fueled by a shared appetite. On these plains, the prize is almost always the same. And so, the success of one queen is a direct theft from the table of the other, a rivalry written into the very fabric of this land. Each encounter tests their strategies, with Nia relying on majesty and power, while Zawadi uses agility and coordination to challenge the lion's throne. These encounters vary across the savannah, like chapters in an endless story of conflict and harmony. In Chobe National Park, Zawadi's clan often overwhelms a lone lion with numbers. And chilling calls to sow panic and steal the kill before reinforcements can arrive. But when Nia's pride appears, the tables are turned. Roars and sharp claws force the hyenas to retreat. The lion's roar is one of the most powerful sounds in the animal kingdom, audible from a distance of 5 miles. However, producing such a loud sound requires a tremendous physical effort. It can damage their vocal cords, leaving them hoarse for several days. This is a calculated trade-off. They risk injury to assert their dominance and avoid a potentially bloody confrontation. In the Ngorongoro crater, Nia's pride dominates, killing 60 to 70% of adult hyenas in confrontations. And usurping 71% of their kills, as recorded in 2024. In the Serengeti Mara, Zawadi turns chaos to her advantage. Using the tall grass and their calls to disorient the lions and snatch the prey in moments of weakness. The battle between Nia and Zawadi carries a deep symbolic meaning, like the yin and yang of ancient philosophy. Where the lion and the hyena are two halves of the savannah's soul. Nia, with her strength and sacrifice, represents protection and order, controlling herbivore numbers to allow the grasslands to regenerate. Zawadi, with her intelligence and resilience. symbolizes adaptability and renewal, cleaning up carcasses to prevent disease and keep the environment healthy. But the significance of this conflict extends beyond individual struggles. Nia and Zawadi fight not just for themselves, but for the survival of the savannah. This competition maintains the balance, ensuring the biodiversity of the savannah. If Nia's pride becomes too powerful, the grasslands could be degraded by the reduced number of herbivores. The dry season, with its scarce water and food, increases the tension. Alone, Nia could be overwhelmed by Zawadi's clan, but her united pride is unstoppable. However, the African savanna, though resilient, faces threats greater than the battles between lions and hyenas. Environmental and human challenges are endangering the delicate balance of this ecosystem. Climate change is reshaping the savanna in profound and irreversible ways. The average temperature has risen by 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit in recent decades, prolonging the dry seasons and depleting vital water sources. The waterholes, once centers of life, often run dry, forcing lions, hyenas and herbivores to crowd around the remaining pools. A 2024 study recorded a 45% increase in confrontations between lions and hyenas due to resource scarcity. Making their already fierce battles more frequent and perilous. Human activities pose even more severe threats. In recent decades, about 75% of savanna land has been converted to agriculture or human settlements. Shrinking the habitats of lions, hyenas, and their prey. As a result, human-wildlife conflict is on the rise. Statistics show that the number of lions killed by humans has increased by 10% in the last 5 years, mainly for attacking livestock. Hyenas face a similar fate, with about 200 cases of being trapped or poisoned annually in Kenya, considered a threat to farmers and communities. This, in turn, reduces plant diversity as the grasslands lack natural grazing control. The complex food chain is at risk of collapse, affecting scavengers like vultures and jackals. However, hope remains. Amidst these challenges, humans are working to protect the savanna and its inhabitants. Reserves like the Serengeti and Masai Mara have been expanded, creating safe ecological corridors for herbivores and predators. Technology like GPS collars and AI cameras tracks lions and hyenas, predicting and mitigating human-wildlife conflict. In Kenya, community programs like the Lion Guardians recruit local people to protect the lions. Turning former hunters into protectors. In the heart of the African savanna, where the sun burns and the wild winds tell ancient stories of life. Lions and hyenas continue their unending struggle for survival. But on this grand stage, a greater threat looms: environmental change and the impact of humanity. Amidst climate change and human expansion, the protected areas are the last strongholds of African wildlife. Yet, on this ancient battleground, a new force is intervening. Not with claws or teeth, but with wisdom. Borders are being redrawn, not to confine, but to give space. A new intelligence now watches over the queens. An attempt to use human foresight not to conquer their world, but to preserve it. It is a fragile truce, offered by the very species that created the threat. This technology predicts conflict hotspots, such as when a pride approaches a village or hyenas roam near farms. This has reduced human-wildlife encounters by 30% in 3 years. Community initiatives are at the heart of conservation. Kenya's Lion Guardians program recruits Maasai warriors, once lion hunters, to protect them using GPS and cameras. The Guardians track the lions, warn communities of their approach, and prevent conflicts. The results are impressive. The number of lions killed in areas with guardians has dropped by 90%. In Amboseli, the lion population has grown from 11 in 2007 to over 200 in 2023. However, protecting the future of lions, hyenas, and the African ecosystem requires collective action. Every small step counts. Raising awareness by sharing stories of Africa's wild beauty can inspire millions to act. The African savanna, where the fiery sun and wild winds weave ancient tales, is a grand stage for life and death. Each species, with its own strengths and intelligence, plays an indispensable role in maintaining ecological balance. From controlling herbivores to cleaning up carcasses, ensuring the savanna remains vibrant. But the savanna faces unprecedented threats. Climate change is depleting water and food, while human activities are shrinking habitats. One wrong step, and death will erupt like a storm. Instinct, speed, and blood all are about to converge in a moment of life and death. In a land where the laws are written in fang and claw, who will be the first to break the silence? When the grasslands fall silent, a single breath can awaken death. No rules, no mercy. Only the strong earn the right to exist. Grass, golden eyes ignite. Bodies sink low, every step pulsing with tension. The wind shifts a signal of death's approach. Patience has reached its breaking point. Then chaos erupts. Thunderous hooves, roaring fury, dust exploding like a storm. Zebras scatter, panic tearing through the plains. But there is nowhere left to run. Jaws lock tight, claws sink deep. Life and death now hang by a breath. Silence returns. The pride claims its reward, victory soaked in sweat and blood. From the distance, two shadows emerge, massive, commanding. The true king's male lions. They do not hunt, they simply arrive. One roar, and the prize changes hands. Here, justice does not exist, only survival. On this land, blood speaks louder than power. And every victory comes with a price. In the arid lands of northeastern South Africa, a legacy was born from the conflicts of history. Kruger National Park was officially established in 1926. But its origins trace back to 1898, when Paul Kruger championed the protection of the Sabi Game Reserve. For more than a century, these wildlands have been unified into a seamless conservation ecosystem, spanning 7,576 square miles. The park stretches nearly 225 miles from north to south, crossing the two provinces of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Rivers like the Sabi and Letaba carve through the terrain, shaping deep valleys and rugged gorges. Kruger's topography is a mosaic of low-veld plains, deep valleys, and granite hills known as kopjes. Life here unfolds like an intricately woven tapestry. Kruger National Park is home to over 147 mammal species, including the iconic Big Five. More than 500 species of birds soar through its canopies and waterways. Some 120 reptile species and over 2,000 native plant species blanket the landscape. But when the dry season arrives, this diversity becomes a double-edged sword. From May to September, Kruger National Park enters its harshest period of the year. The land becomes barren as the grass turns yellow and many trees shed their leaves, exposing vast open terrain. Streams and small ponds gradually vanish, leaving only a few perennial rivers like the Sabi and Letaba to sustain their flow. The landscape becomes unforgiving, yet it also reveals the ceaseless movements of survival. Short migrations are one of them. Herds follow their own paths in search of fresh grass and the last remaining sources of water. These journeys often span dozens to hundreds of miles. And leading this great migratory army are pilgrims who never seem to tire. Under a burning sun and across a fractured earth, the blue wildebeest begins its relentless journey of survival. They are the pioneers, leading a migration of hundreds of miles to find fresh grass and the last pools of water. The wildebeest herds stretch out like a silver-gray river flowing across the savanna. A fully grown blue wildebeest can weigh up to 550 pounds. Both males and females possess curved horns used for defense and for competing during the mating season. Wildebeest are almost entirely dependent on short grasses. When the vegetation becomes dry and brittle, its nutritional value plummets, compelling them to move on. Their bodies are built for long journeys. Long, powerful legs allow them to cover hundreds of miles without exhaustion. Their livers and stomachs are adapted to process dry, nutrient-poor grass far better than many other herbivores. Even their reproductive cycle is timed to counter the harsh conditions. Mating occurs at the end of the wet season, ensuring calves are born at the start of the next rains. Most females give birth at almost the same time, creating a flood of calves. This overwhelms predators, a strategy known as predator swamping. A newborn can stand within 5 to 7 minutes of birth and begins following the herd in just a few hours. But no journey of survival is easy when lions stalk the last remaining waterholes. The herd's tight bond becomes a living shield. However, man-made fences have disrupted traditional migration routes, increasing both risk and energy expenditure. But they are never alone on their journey, for beside them is always a companion in a unique striped coat. Joining the wildebeest in this journey of survival is the plains zebra. Zebra move in constant concert with wildebeest, relying on their superior eyesight to detect predators early. Wildebeest, in turn, provide cover for the zebra on the open plains. During the dry season, zebra often choose short, open grasslands for a clearer view. They must graze continuously to meet their energy needs, spending up to 70 to 80% of their day foraging. Meanwhile, high above, the silent giants of the savannah begin a journey of their own. Although they do not migrate on a grand scale, Kruger's southern giraffes quietly alter their behavior. As the short grasses wither, they move towards woodlands and riverbanks, where trees still hold green leaves. With a neck over 6.5 feet long and a total height of over 18 feet, they can easily reach the high canopy. This ability to stand and browse is their signature nutritional strategy. They can go for days without drinking, thanks to the moisture they get from leaves. However, their very height becomes a vulnerability when they drink. To lower their heads, they must splay their forelegs wide or kneel, an unstable posture that narrows their field of view. This position makes them susceptible to ambush by predators near the water's edge. Their immense vigilance compensates for this awkwardness. They often pause and scan the landscape before committing to move. In the dry season ecosystem, they are not hunters, but they serve as sentinels, acting as radar towers across the savanna. But vigilance from above cannot compare to the absolute power sweeping across the ground. Meanwhile, the great tanks of the savanna move in parallel with the migrating herds. The African elephant in Kruger National Park is a symbol of wild power, with a mature bull weighing up to about 16,500 pounds. Each day, an elephant consumes up to 300 pounds of roots, grasses, fruit, and bark during the dry season. They do not follow fixed paths, but elephants always know where to find water, guided by memory and the leadership of experienced matriarchs. When ponds turn to dust, elephants use their tusks to dig for underground water sources. This not only sustains them, but also offers hope to other species that share the resource. In the dry season, elephants expand their home ranges to access scarce resources. They flexibly alter their diet, shifting from grass in the wet season to a preference for browsing on woody plants during the dry months. Elephants protect their young with formidable social structures. The females will often form a defensive circle around a calf when a threat appears. Encircled by sharp teeth, the mother has nowhere to run. She knows she cannot fight the pack alone. But as she looks into the innocent eyes of the calf trembling behind her, a primal strength awakens. It is not the strength of muscle, but the silent vow of motherhood. She will not flee. She will become the final shield, a living fortress to protect the life she brought into this world. In this moment, she is not prey. She is a warrior, fighting not for her own life, but for the future of her lineage. The ecological impact of elephants in the dry season is profound. They are ecosystem engineers. By felling trees and stripping bark, elephants open up the woodland canopy, allowing sunlight to reach the ground and promoting the regrowth of saplings when the rains return. And in the shadow of these giants, smaller lives find their own ways to survive, quietly and with great cunning. In contrast to the immense frame of the elephant, the steenbok and the common duiker are small and easily concealed. The steenbok stands only about 18 to 21 inches tall and weighs between 20 and 29 pounds. Its reddish-brown coat, white underbelly and large ears help it detect the faintest sounds. The common duiker is slightly larger, with a stocky build and powerful hind legs for explosive leaps. During the dry season, both species move nimbly through the remaining patches of short grass and low shrubs. They often forage at dawn or dusk, when the shadows are long and the temperature is cooler. The steenbok shows a remarkable ability to survive without regular drinking, relying on moisture-rich plants. The duiker, meanwhile, relies more on concealment and speed when approached. Beyond their own survival, these two species help regulate the growth of shrubs. They are also favored prey for leopards, hyenas, and martial eagles, connecting multiple tiers of predators in the dry season food web. But danger does not only come from the ground, for from the sky above, a deadly shadow looms over all. Like another solitary and versatile hunter, the leopard waits in silence, concealed in a tree. The leopard is Kruger's master of stealth and solitude. During the dry season, it uses the shade of riverine forests and thickets near dry riverbeds to stage its ambushes. After a hunt, the kill is hauled into the branches of a tree to keep it safe from thieves. A leopard is capable of dragging a carcass twice its own body weight up into a tree. High on a branch, the ruler of the shadows waits in silence. The leopard needs neither the speed of a cheetah nor the collective strength of a lion pride. Its weapons are silence, patience, and a form that merges with the night. Below, its prey is unaware that death hangs just above. This is a battle without roars, without a chase. It is a contest of wits, a tense game between predator and prey, where every rustle of leaves, every whisper of wind could be the signal of death. And in this suffocating silence, who will make the first mistake? At dawn or dusk, when small animals leave their shelters to find water, the leopard is most active. When it is close enough, it launches itself a sudden pounce like an arrow, striking with claw and jaw. Spotted hyenas often arrive after a leopard has made a kill, attempting to claim the carcass. The leopard's behavior is heavily influenced by the environment and human presence during the dry season. On bright, moonlit nights, leopards hunt less as prey is more alert, They prefer darker nights for greater success. But not all predators rely on darkness. There is one who turns the daylight into a stage for its terrifying speed. Another large cat also hunts alone, also with a spotted pattern like the leopard. But this time the warrior's name is Cheetah. The cheetah's anatomy is the essence of speed. A lightweight frame, long legs, and a flexible spine. Famed for achieving explosive speeds of 68 to 75 miles per hour, the cheetah pays a high price for such velocity. Its claws are semi-retractable, unlike the fully retractable claws of other cats. They are harder, always slightly exposed like cleats, maximizing grip with every stride. Its long tail acts as a living rudder, stabilizing sharp turns at high speed. They stalk their prey at dawn or dusk, using low grass and scattered bushes for cover. Its top speed lasts only a few seconds, rarely for more than 400 to 500 yards, as exhaustion and a rising body temperature force it to stop. After the hunt, they must eat quickly, as their kills are highly susceptible to theft. The savannah holds its breath. All life seems to stop. For the cheetah, this is not a chase. It is a life or death gamble played out in a few short seconds. It has poured millions of years of evolution into this single burst, an explosion of muscle, a flash of lightning tearing through space. But speed is also its curse. Every stride burns precious energy. Every passing second pushes its body to the brink of collapse. Failure is not just a missed meal. Failure means exhaustion, vulnerability, and the death that may come from opportunists lurking somewhere in the shadows. And now, on that fragile edge, the fate of both hunter and hunted will be decided. The cheetah also carries the legacy of two severe genetic bottlenecks. One occurred around 100,000 years ago, and another about 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. These population collapses wiped out genetic diversity. Modern cheetahs carry extremely low genetic variation, making them prone to stress, susceptible to disease, and highly sensitive to environmental changes. The smaller predators of the savanna have their own strategies and domains. And just beneath the arid ground, a sudden death can be delivered with a single strike, silent but deadly. The puff adder is responsible for more snake bites in Africa than any other species. Superbly camouflaged, it often lies motionless on footpaths or in the dry grass of Kruger. When accidentally stepped on, the puff adder responds with a hiss, coiling into an S shape as a warning before it strikes. Its venom is primarily cytotoxic, causing severe swelling and tissue damage if left untreated. Puff adders are most active in the early morning and the cooler hours of the late afternoon. They hunt by ambush, waiting for small mammals, birds, or lizards to pass by before striking with incredible speed. But venom is not the only weapon of the reptile. In the murky water, a prehistoric predator waits with jaws more fearsome than any poison. Kruger National Park is renowned as a kingdom of reptiles, so the Nile crocodile cannot be overlooked. As the Letaba or Sabi rivers shrink, the crocodiles lie in wait in the mud, waiting for prey to come for a drink. The bite force of a large crocodile has been measured at over 5,000 pounds per square inch. As river levels drop, crocodiles become almost motionless during the day to conserve energy. They ambush in the early morning or late afternoon when animals come to drink or cross at the water's edge. Although their primary diet is fish, when the water recedes and mammals draw closer to drink, crocodiles seize the opportunity. Unlike the predators above, the king of the savanna is a social hunter. That unity gives them the courage to challenge even other predators like the Nile crocodile. Yet, even the ruler of the waters must be wary of the power of the pride of the true kings of this land. As the sun sets on the savanna, the lion pride begins to sense a change in the air. Their sharp eyes search not only for prey, but also listen to the signals from the grasslands. Possessing a muscular body, the male is distinguished by a magnificent golden mane. They move with regal grace, each step heavy yet light, as if knowing that every footfall carries the potential for death. Movement in the water captures their attention. A lion slowly approaches the swamp, where the dark water begins to ripple. A half-submerged figure is slowly drifting closer. Only its head and red eyes are visible. The crocodile's every move seems to blend into its surroundings, perfectly still and waiting. Suddenly, as if by silent agreement, they both declare war. Neither side gives way. The two rulers unleash lethal attacks. But when the battle ends, there is no victor. They retreat, their eyes filled with regret at not being able to finish the fight. Both understand that victory in this world is not always clear-cut. Life goes on, bringing new opportunities, new challenges for both. In the wild, no one can rest forever because the struggle for survival never ends. The lion is the largest cat in Africa. A male can weigh nearly 500 pounds. With a muscular build and powerful forelimbs, they can bring down prey more than twice their size. The thick mane around a male's neck is not just for show, it serves as protection. During battles for territory, or to defend the pride, the mane shields the neck and shoulders. Lions are the only cats that live in social groups. A pride typically consists of 2 to more than 10 members. Males defend the territory and protect the cubs, while the lionesses are the primary hunters. Lionesses hunt in groups, coordinating to encircle and bring down large prey. Each pride roams a vast area, but they guard water sources during the dry season as if they were their lifeblood. Lions are most active at dusk and throughout the night. A lion's roar can be heard up to 5 miles away. The dry season in Kruger National Park becomes a stage for intense hunts. As the savanna cracks and dries, water becomes an unavoidable concentration point for migrating herds. Lions take advantage of this, ambushing at dwindling waterholes or along the Sabi and Letaba rivers. Hunts often take place at dawn or under the light of the moon. The pride spreads out in the darkness, surrounding their prey. If successful, the males often eat first, followed by the lionesses and finally the cubs. But if they fail, the entire pride may go hungry for days. In Kruger's ecosystem, lions play a crucial role in regulating herbivore populations. By targeting the weak, old, or young individuals in migrating herds, they help maintain the genetic health of the prey populations. However, lions in Kruger are facing increasing pressure. A 2023 report from Africa Geographic noted that in the northern part of the park, only about 122 lions remain. Surveys suggest the population may have declined by as much as 63% in the last 18 years due to human-wildlife conflict and prey loss. And as the king's throne wavers, a savage laughter begins to echo across the savannah, heralding the rise of a rival power. High above, the martial eagle spreads its wings, surveying the land below. As Africa's largest eagle, the martial eagle soars silently over Kruger's arid skies. With eyesight 3 to 4 times sharper than a human's, it can spot small prey from a distance of several hundred yards. The dry season is a time when smaller animals emerge more frequently to find water, creating ideal hunting opportunities for the eagle. A camera trap study at nests from 2018 to 2022 recorded 44 different prey species. Monitor lizards and helmeted guinea fowl made up the bulk of the diet. As temperatures rose, martial eagles showed a preference for reptiles over birds when feeding their young. Protecting a kill from other predators is always part of the challenge. The martial eagle must act quickly before hyenas or lions arrive. However, the population of martial eagles in Kruger is in decline. Research by the African Bird Club reports a decline of around 56% compared to earlier records. When the sky is no longer safe, the ground is no more peaceful. For in the darkness, a master predator becomes one with the night. The spotted hyena is one of the primary challengers in the lion's predatory arena. More than just scavengers, spotted hyenas have their own hunting strategies. They organize nocturnal hunts, running their prey to exhaustion before tearing it apart with their powerful jaws. Especially in the absence of lions, hyenas emerge as the rulers of the world of carrion. They live in a matriarchal system where females lead the clans and have priority access to food. On major hunts, hyenas coordinate in smaller groups to take down agile prey. When confronting lions, hyenas will retreat if outnumbered. But when their numbers are greater, they will boldly return to reclaim a kill. But not every hunt ends in brute force. Some turn the chase into a deadly marathon where endurance is the ultimate weapon. Like lions and hyenas, pack unity is the key to the African wild dog's survival. They do not ambush, but chase to the end. This species is believed to have the highest hunting success rate in Kruger, around 70 to 90%. Their society is matriarchal, with a female holding the leadership role. The wild dog's body is built for speed and stamina, with long legs, low shoulders, and a light frame. Large rounded ears help dissipate heat, while a white-tipped tail acts as a visual signal for pack members. They are most active in the early morning and late afternoon to avoid the intense heat of the dry season. Their hunting style is based purely on endurance. Despite being one of the most effective hunters, the African wild dog remains rare in Kruger. They require vast territories, which often leads to conflict with humans on the park's edges. Infectious diseases, particularly canine distemper and rabies, have further weakened their populations. And after every bloody battle, when silence returns, the sky reveals the cleaners, the final witnesses to every life's end. After the dramatic hunts comes the patient wait of the white-backed vulture. Soaring high above with sharp vision, this species is often the first to spot a carcass. Descending quickly, they tear open the abdomen of the carcass, creating an entry point for other scavengers. Though they do not hunt, they play a critical role in cleaning the savanna, preventing the spread of disease. During the dry season, white-backed vultures intensify their search for large carcasses like wildebeest or buffalo. They ride thermal currents to soar high with minimal energy expenditure, surveying a vast territory below. At fresh carcasses, they tear at the soft tissues to access the internal organs first, after which other vultures, hyenas, and jackals will arrive. In May 2025, a poisoned elephant carcass in Kruger caused the deaths of 123 vultures. Research warns that if just one poisoned elephant carcass goes untreated every 2 years, the white-backed vulture in Kruger could disappear within 50 to 60 years. But at the feast of the dead, there is always one who arrives last but holds the power to decide, a giant strong enough to drive away the weaker ones. The lappet-faced vulture also never misses Kruger's final feasts. Larger and more aggressive, this bare-faced vulture has an incredibly strong beak, capable of tearing through the thick hide of a dead buffalo or elephant. It often arrives after the first vultures, but it dictates who gets access to the tougher remains. The lappet-faced vulture is a highly competitive scavenger, capable of chasing off hawks or even smaller hyenas. After days of trial, the survivors here are the warriors resilient enough to welcome the first rains back to Kruger. The rainy season lasts from October to April, bringing high humidity and sudden afternoon thunderstorms. The arid savanna gradually turns green. Waterholes refill, and the air becomes saturated with moisture. The rainy season brings abundance, but territorial instincts are never set aside. As Kruger's grasslands regrow after heavy rains, the Cape buffalo emerges like a mobile black fortress. A mature bull can weigh between 1,100 and 2,000 pounds. Their thick, curved horns merge at the forehead into a boss that acts as a shield. These horns become weapons during the rutting season when males confront one another. Calves are typically born between January and April, just after the rains subside, when the grass is still lush. Each calf is protected by the entire herd, positioned in the center of a circle of adults. With water sources spread across the savanna, buffalo drink 8 to 10.5 gallons a day and seek cool places to wallow. The mud acts as an insect repellent, a coolant, and a skin treatment all at once. But the rainy season brings more than just food. It also brings threats. Lions often stalk near the rivers where buffalo gather to drink. Nile crocodiles lurk in the murky waters. However, in Kruger, buffalo are also a reservoir for bovine tuberculosis. When the next dry season arrives and buffalo crowd around scarce waterholes, the risk of disease transmission increases sharply. Meanwhile, the rivers belong to another ruler, a giant that seems slow but hides an unpredictable fury. The rivers where buffalo wallow are also the domain of the hippopotamus. As the Sabi, Oliphants, and other rivers swell after heavy rains, the hippopotamus becomes the lord of the waters. During the day, they submerge themselves in deep pools. At night, they leave the water to graze, sometimes traveling 3 to 6 miles. Although a creature of the water, the hippopotamus cannot swim. They are not naturally buoyant, but move by walking along the riverbed. The hippo's appearance belies its underlying power. Its skin is smooth, hairless, and thin. It secretes a creamy pink fluid that acts as a natural sunscreen. Their eyes, ears, and nostrils are positioned high on their heads so they can breathe, see, and listen while submerged. Males compete for mating rights through physical clashes that display their size, tusks, and threat displays. According to the African Wildlife Foundation, a single hippo can consume about 88 pounds of vegetation in one night of foraging. But on land, there is another ancient warrior, clad in thick armor and carrying a deadly weapon on its nose. The rainy season breathes life into every corner of Kruger. Among them are the mighty yet vulnerable rhinoceroses. In Kruger National Park, two great species, the white rhino and the black rhino, share the same land but live in very different ways. When the rains come, the grass returns, and water holes spread across the savanna, the lives of both species are revitalized. The white rhino is large, placid, and social. Weighing from about 4,900 to nearly 6,000 pounds, it is the second largest land mammal after the elephant. Its wide, square mouth is made for grazing. They often live in groups of 2 to 6 individuals. The black rhino is smaller, solitary, and secretive. It weighs between 1,760 and 3,086 pounds with a more compact build. Its prehensile upper lip is designed for browsing on leaves, twigs, and fruit from bushes and thickets. They move alone, silently navigating the dense bush. When confronted, they do not back down. Both species link their reproductive cycles to the rainy season. Mating often begins after the first rains. Their feeding behaviors clearly separate the two species. The white rhino is a bulk grazer. The black rhino, in contrast, is a browser, feeding on leaves, shoots, and bark. The rainy season significantly expands their home ranges. but the pressure from humans remains a constant burden. The good news is, thanks to aggressive anti-poaching efforts, the number of rhinos killed in Kruger has dropped significantly. According to a 2023 report, the number fell to about 124 individuals, a major improvement from previous years, but the fight is far from over. Even so, the black rhino remains critically endangered due to its small population, slow reproductive rate, and shrinking habitat. Amidst the battles of giants, life still sprouts in its own way, elegant and graceful, signaling a season of intense renewal. The rainy season in Kruger is also the stage for an explosion of new life. Every year at the beginning of the wet season, nearly all female impalas in Kruger give birth within a few weeks of each other. The newborn fawns, still trembling on their legs, are able to run within a few hours. It is a biological marvel, synchronized births that overwhelm predators. Impalas are a favored prey species, especially for leopards, which makes this synchronized birthing all the more critical. During the rainy season, impalas gather around water sources and open grasslands. They move in large herds to reduce the risk of predation. Their activity peaks in the early morning and late afternoon. But not all species only know how to flee. There are more complex societies where intelligence and unity are weapons against danger. Chakma baboons also take advantage of the short-term abundance of food during Kruger's rainy season. Carrying their young across the savanna, Chakma baboons forage while remaining constantly vigilant for leopards. With grass sprouting and fruit ripening after the rains, baboons gather in large troops to forage. Their defensive instincts are strong. Infants are kept at the center of the troop. And in the high canopy, other sentinels are also on duty, with a surprisingly complex alarm system. Another primate and a common resident of Kruger's woodlands is the vervet monkey. Perched on rain-soaked branches, vervet monkeys become the silent sentinels of the canopy. Their appearance is distinctive: a slender body, silvery grey fur, and a striking black face. When the rains fall and the trees flower and fruit once more, food becomes plentiful. Defense is an instinct from the youngest to the oldest individuals. When they spot a leopard or an eagle, vervet monkeys emit distinct alarm calls. Research has shown that when they hear the leopard call, they run up into the trees. When they hear the eagle call, they look up at the sky, and for the snake call, they look down at the ground. While the ground and trees are filled with battles of wits for survival, the sky is a stage for dazzling, colorful dances. Alongside Kruger's primates, the vibrant birds of the rainy season are just as unforgettable. The lilac-breasted roller is often called the unofficial national bird of several African countries. Common in Kruger, they perform acrobatic flights and dramatic dives to attract mates. The rainy season is when they breed and hunt for flying insects. The appearance of the lilac-breasted roller is striking. Its brown back contrasts with wings and flight feathers that glow with violet and electric blue. The chest shines with a vivid lilac, while the underbelly transitions to a soft sky blue. Their hunting activity peaks during the rainy season. Rollers perch on branches, scanning both the ground and the sky. When they spot a grasshopper, beetle, or flying insect, they dive, catch the prey, and return to the branch to eat. The red-billed hornbill is also prominent, small in size but in constant motion. The red-billed hornbill is also prominent, small in size but in constant motion. When the rainy season arrives, the entire Kruger ecosystem feels renewed. This is also when the red-billed hornbill begins its most vibrant survival cycle of the year. With its long, curved, characteristic red beak, striking black and white plumage, and a quick, lively gait. This bird is only about 10 to 12 inches tall, but its curious nature keeps it busy nearly all day. A fascinating trait is that the red-billed hornbill often forages near troops of monkeys. As these larger animals move, they disturb insects into flight, creating the perfect opportunity for the hornbill to catch them. Notably, this bird was the inspiration for the character Zazu in Disney's The Lion King. As the rainy season begins, the soft earth and the explosion of grass and trees create a landscape bursting with life. This sudden abundance of food sources like insects, larvae, flowers, and young leaves triggers more intense foraging activity in the Kori bustard. During this season, Kori bustards often travel farther and expand their home ranges. However, challenges remain. Habitat changes on the periphery and expanding infrastructure can shrink its foraging grounds. Data from the South African Red Data Book notes that regional populations have shown signs of decline over 3 generations. Meanwhile, perched on the branches of a woodland tree, the woodland kingfisher quietly observes the savanna, freshly awakened after a night of rain. With its bright blue plumage, white chest, and a bold red and black bill. Although it belongs to the kingfisher family, the woodland kingfisher does not eat fish. Instead, its menu consists of flying insects, larvae, and small lizards. The woodland kingfisher is one of the first migratory birds to return to Kruger National Park at the start of the rainy season. Its sharp call often echoes just after the first rains, high, clear, and repetitive. That call is considered a true signal that the wet season has begun. The rainy season here attracts long-distance migrants like the European bee-eater. Flying thousands of miles from Europe, this brightly colored bird returns to Kruger just in time for the rainy season to breed. Each precise mid-air snatch is like watching a natural-born artist. In their world, reproduction is not just a duty, it is an expression of sacred beauty. The appearance of the European bee-eater is unmistakable. A chestnut-colored crown and nape. The throat glows a brilliant yellow, and a bold black eye stripe contrasts with a turquoise back. Its life demonstrates the art of timing and migration. The European bee-eater is present in Kruger from October to April, seeking out riverbanks or sandy embankments where it excavates tunnels for nesting. Their feeding behavior revolves around aerial hunting. They perch high, then swoop down to catch bees, wasps, and other flying insects. When they catch stinging prey, they rub the insect to remove the stinger before swallowing. The struggle for survival would not be complete without bird hunters like the Nile monitor. This reptile can reach nearly 7 feet in length in the largest individuals. Its skin is patterned with dark scales and yellow bands or spots. The Nile monitor's lifestyle is tied to water. When rain swells the rivers, marshes, and floodplains, the riverbanks come alive. Their feeding behavior is a mix of active predation and opportunism. Nile monitors consume crocodile eggs, insects, and young birds. When threatened, they often dash into the water or dive to the bottom to escape predators. However, behind the raw intensity of the struggle for survival, Kruger National Park is slipping into a silent ecological crisis. The green surface conceals a multitude of problems spreading beneath. The elephant population reached about 31,300 individuals in 2020, growing at 5 to 6% annually. But behind this seeming prosperity is a depleted vegetation system. Ancient trees are falling, saplings cannot grow. PubMed reports that the Oliphants and Crocodile rivers have been severely degraded by agricultural runoff, mining, and sewage. On the park's edges, resorts are springing up. City lights creep into the darkness. Animal behavior is changing. The wilderness is becoming increasingly humanized. Kruger now resembles a disrupted symphony of nature, where its fragile harmony is slowly unraveling. To keep this grand symphony from shattering completely, the South African government and its international partners have launched a series of powerful interventions. Since 2024, SANParks has required all lodges within Kruger National Park to adapt their lighting designs to reduce light pollution. Tourist routes have been restructured according to a zoning model. Ecologically sensitive areas are now strictly restricted. To manage the African elephant population, artificial waterholes have been closed. This encourages herds to move seasonally, reducing pressure on the woodlands. For rhinos, over 2,284 individuals were dehorned between 2017 and 2023, reducing poaching incidents by up to 78%. Some rhinos even have radioactive isotopes placed in their horns to increase detection at airports and border crossings. All these measures are now integrated into Kruger's long-term conservation plan through 2028. And if you have ever set foot in Kruger, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experiences. Your voice can inspire and advance the conservation efforts that protect wildlife and ecosystems for generations to come. In the dry season, to cope with the limited water sources, the python often hides near the riverbanks and the rock crevices, nestled among the combretum bushes. The ability to swallow prey as large as a young gazelle in a single meal is a remarkable survival strategy. The African rock python is living proof that even the limitations of a cold-blooded animal can be overcome by long-term, energy-efficient survival tactics. After months of prolonged drought, life in Zakuma enters a spectacular phase of renewal. The rainy season begins. From May to October, the region receives an average of 27 to 47 inches of rainfall annually, with the peak in July and August. The temperature drops slightly compared to the dry season, ranging from 75 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit, while the humidity rises sharply, making the air feel heavy and damp. The rivers that had completely dried up, like the Bahr Salamat, quickly fill again, forming a temporary network of wetlands on the lands and plains. The rainy season unleashes a wave of vitality across Zakuma. Weeds grow thick, trees sprout new leaves, and the cracked earth is replaced by a muddy, fertile layer of soil. Thousands of migratory birds return, the animal species begin to breed, and the park enters its richest and most prosperous period of the year. In the East Sudanian savanna, the rainy season marks a dramatic change in the vegetation structure. The open grasslands turn into lush green areas with thick, moisture-rich layers of vegetation. In the network of bushes and woody plants along the newly formed waterways, the Cape bushbuck begins its survival season with a completely different strategy. Unlike many herd-dwelling antelope species, this species chooses a solitary and secretive lifestyle. A choice that offers a clear advantage when the vegetation becomes dense and visibility is limited. Its dark reddish-brown coat, marked with delicate white stripes and swirls, is both a distinctive feature and a perfect camouflage. The Cape bushbuck moves cautiously, usually only emerging from its cover at dawn or dusk. They rarely stray far from the edges of the thickets along the streams, where the higher humidity preserves the soft, nutrient-rich food sources. When it senses danger, the Cape bushbuck does not flee across the open terrain like the grassland antelopes. Instead, they quietly slip into the dense forest cover, standing perfectly still and relying on their natural camouflage. After months of scorching drought, the arrival of rain brings life to the East Sudanian savanna. But the return of the black rhino marks a much more profound turning point for Zakuma. Once home to the subspecies known as the western black rhino, Zakuma saw its last sighting in 1972. In 2011, the International Union for Conservation of Nature officially declared this subspecies extinct. The recovery efforts began in 2018 when 6 black rhinos were flown from Addo National Park in South Africa to Zakuma. However, 4 of them did not survive the first few months. The cause was not poaching or disease, but physiological stress. The 2 surviving females became the foundation for a more sustainable recovery plan. In December 2023, 5 new black rhinos were brought to Zakuma from Limpopo on a 2,700-mile journey. This reintroduction was carefully prepared, with attention to genetics, followed by the installation of a protective fence on the southern edge of the East Sudanian savanna. Although large and without major predators as adults, the black rhino is not entirely free from risk. When threatened, a black rhino can charge at speeds of up to 34 miles per hour, using its sharp horn and quick reflexes for defense. Unlike the large herbivores that eat the soft grass of the open plains, the black rhino is a classic browser. As the vegetation thickens and the flooded areas become more inaccessible, the black rhino sticks to the bush corridors along the forest edges. Weighing from 1,760 to 3,000 pounds, they consume a large amount of biomass, but do not travel far to find it. When the sun is high, they retreat to the base of large trees or shaded areas to rest and reduce thermal stress. As solitary animals, except for the females with their young, the black rhino is extremely sensitive to changes in its environment. The failure of 2018 clearly reflected this deep vulnerability, but the return in 2023 showed a marked improvement. Although it is too early to declare the reintroduction complete, every footprint of the black rhino on the dry earth of Zakuma is a clear sign that the ecosystem is healing. Today, Zakuma National Park remains the only place in Chad with a resident, albeit still small, population of black rhinos. Although not as rare in numbers as the black rhino, spotting a bush pig is not an easy task. Amidst the torrential downpours, each drop of water seems to wash away fear, but also to ignite the flame of courage. It is the image of a female buffalo standing firm like a rampart, shielding her young calves from the claws of a hidden predator. It is the silent journey of the black rhinos, each footstep imprinting a trace of a fragile but resilient hope on this land. Zakuma is not only a place that witnesses brutality, but also a place where stories of unity, of maternal love, of a will that does not yield to any challenge, blossom. In the rainy season, the red river hog, with its vibrant red coat, white facial markings, and a prominent white dorsal mane, makes the most of the dense, humid forest edges. They are mainly active at night, dawn, and dusk, moving in small groups of 6 to 15 individuals, led by a dominant male. Living in the humid post-rain habitats, they use their long snouts to search for tubers, roots, snails, insects, fallen fruits, and even carrion. In the rainy season, the bush pig also increases its reproduction. Mating occurs from September to April, peaking in the wet months with an average litter size of 3 to 4 piglets. Amidst the pouring rain, a large silhouette moves silently along the edge of the bush, emerging slowly and with surprising dexterity. In a flash, it pounces, revealing its strength, the leopard. In the rainy season, when the vegetation is lush and covers every corner, the leopard becomes more cunning than ever. Its rosette-spotted coat allows it to disappear in the shadows, while the dense green provides the perfect cover to stalk its prey. The rainy season brings a lot of food, but also intensifies the competition. The leopard has to contend with the lion, which dominates in daytime hunting, and the spotted hyena, known for its kleptoparasitic behavior. Therefore, the leopard has adapted, hoisting its kill into a tree within 30 minutes of the hunt to protect its meal. Their climbing skills are a crucial survival tool. After a successful hunt, they carry their prey up to the branches, usually 6 to 10 feet high. This tactic not only keeps the food safe, but also keeps it fresh for longer. Camera traps in Zakuma show that hoisting the prey often happens quickly within an hour of the kill, especially on gloomy, rainy nights. The leopard also uses the large trees as vantage points or resting places, choosing positions with a wide view and relative safety. The leopard can also swim. Although not as natural in the water as the tiger, they can cross shallow streams or chase prey through the flooded ravines. And here's an interesting fact. If you've ever seen a black panther and thought it was a completely different species, you were looking at a leopard. These are leopards with a melanin mutation, which gives them a jet black coat. Under dim light, if you look closely, you can still see their characteristic rosette patterns faintly visible under the black fur. Although their behavior is similar to that of the lighter-colored leopards, their black coat gives them an additional stealth advantage on rainy nights. The rainy season brings the flocks back to the East Sudanian savanna, and among the most eye-catching visitors is the white-throated bee-eater. This migratory bird arrives in noisy groups, often seen gliding through the sky to catch flying insects like bees, winged ants, and flies. With a slender body about 7.5 to 8 inches long, plus an additional 4 inches from the elongated central tail feathers, and weighing only about 0.7 to 1 ounce. Their plumage is particularly striking. They have an emerald green back, a pale blue belly, and a bright white throat, a clear and recognizable highlight. A sharp black streak runs across the eye, giving them a keen appearance, while the 2 central tail feathers hang like delicate black threads. Their curved, sharp, black beak is perfectly shaped for catching flying insects with precision. After hunting, they often perch in rows on power lines or high branches, emitting sharp, high-pitched calls, a distinct sign of their presence. This species thrives in the mixed savanna with open woodland, where the clear sky provides hunting space and the high branches offer a resting place. Migrating from the Sahel at the beginning of the rainy season, they hunt throughout the day with peak activity in the morning and late afternoon. When they perch, they often sway gently to observe their surroundings. If disturbed, the whole flock quickly disperses, creating constantly changing gaps. If the East Sudanian savanna is the vibrant woodland core of Zakuma, then the Bahr Salamat floodplain is its humid lung. Located in the south of the park, this area becomes a natural extension of the savanna during the rainy season. The abundant rainfall from May to October promotes the rapid growth of aquatic vegetation. This area transforms into a crucial water concentration point, attracting migratory birds, fish, amphibians, and is an important refuge for large mammals. During the rainy season, the marsh mongoose becomes particularly active in the areas where the rising water levels create ideal conditions. As one of the few mongoose species that thrive near water, it uses its ability to swim and make short dives to access its prey. The marsh mongoose breeds twice a year, usually during the rainy season when food is most abundant. The female typically gives birth to 2 to 3 young after a gestation period of about 70 days. The young open their eyes after about 11 days and begin to eat solid food at around 4 weeks, although they remain dependent on their mother for nearly 3 months. They are solitary, only coming together to mate. They mark their territory with anal gland secretions. When faced with predators like the martial eagle or the African rock python, their first reaction is to bristle their fur, hissing a sharp hiss. As soon as the warning hiss of the marsh mongoose fades beneath the water's surface, a colossal force begins to emerge in this region. The African buffalo herd, fueled by sheer collective power, is on the move. In the rainy season, as the floodplains expand, the buffalo gather in large groups, often of 200 to 300 individuals. The gathering not only protects the young from predators, but also offers ecological benefits. They often move through the swampy areas to avoid blood-sucking insects, inadvertently trampling the tall grass and shrubs. The rainy season is also the peak time for buffalo to wallow in the mud, an important behavior that helps to cool their bodies and repel mosquitoes. The buffalo are heavily dependent on water. They must drink at least once a day, usually from the ponds or the flooded channels. Notably, buffalo do not act entirely on individual instinct. They follow a unique movement voting system. When deciding where to go, a few females stand up and face a chosen direction. After a period of silent observation, the herd follows the majority. The buffalo also maintain a symbiotic relationship with the oxpecker birds, which perch on their backs to remove parasites. Their defensive capabilities are impressive. When threatened, they form defensive lines with the adult males on the outer ring. This is why few predators dare to challenge a buffalo herd during the day. The rainy season also greatly affects their diet. Their main food source is the flooded grass and the fresh herbs. Studies show that in the rainy season, buffalo are bulk grazers, indiscriminately eating various grasses and consuming about 2 to 3% of their body weight per day. The buffalo in Zakuma typically travel from 2 to 2.5 miles per day in the rainy season, less than in the dry season. Most importantly, the stable presence of the buffalo, from about 220 individuals in 1986 to over 15,000 today, has created a solid biological foundation. Also drawn by the water, the hippopotamus spends most of its time submerged, up to 16 to 18 hours a day. They stand or lie in the water, with only their eyes, ears and nostrils exposed above the surface, surfacing to breathe every 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks to their dense bones and heavy muscles, they can easily sink and rest at the bottom of the rain-filled rivers. Their survival also lies in a fascinating evolutionary trait. The hippopotamus shares a common ancestor with the whale. That ancestor, a hoofed animal named Indohyus, lived near the rivers and streams about 55 million years ago. One branch fully adapted to marine life, becoming the ancestor of the modern cetaceans. The other branch retained a semi-aquatic life and gradually evolved into the hippopotamus of today. Despite the differences in appearance, the hippopotamus and the whale share many biological traits, including giving birth underwater. They usually travel tens of yards and can consume up to 88 pounds of fresh grass in a single night. Have you ever wondered how a river can sustain so many creatures? The answer lies in an unexpected nutrient pump, the hippopotamus. Every night, they consume dozens of pounds of grass on land. During the day, they excrete a large amount of dung into the water. This is not waste, but a super fertilizer, transporting nutrients from the land into the aquatic ecosystem. This dung feeds the algae and microorganisms, forming the foundation for the entire underwater food chain, from small fish to crocodiles. Although they may seem cumbersome, hippos can run at speeds of up to 19 miles per hour, and they become particularly aggressive. The hippopotamus is highly territorial. If intruders, such as crocodiles or humans, enter the water they consider their home, they can attack suddenly. The rainy season provides them with safety and comfort. The wider access to water reduces competition, and the hippos benefit from breeding, skin hygiene, and a stable, suitable aquatic environment. Along with the hippopotamus, another ancient creature begins to stir, silent but full of latent power, the Nile crocodile. As the largest crocodile in Africa, the Nile crocodile can be up to 16 feet long and weigh up to 1,650 pounds, dominating along the riverbanks. It hunts by ambush, lying submerged in the water, with only its eyes and nostrils exposed above the surface, waiting for its prey to approach the water. The rainy season is also the breeding season for the Nile crocodile. According to zoological records, mating occurs from November to April. The incubation period lasts from 70 to 100 days, during which both parents guard the nest, an unusual trait in reptiles. The rainy season transforms the landscape with its flooded vegetation and changing waterways, creating a maze-like habitat. The Nile crocodile can hold its breath for up to 2 hours, although they usually surface every 3 to 5 minutes during their ambushes. In the rainy season, when the cool rain and the humid air combine, the ability to hold their breath allows them to wait patiently for long periods. Their hunting strategy targets everything from small fish and waterfowl to large animals like wildebeest and antelopes. When these animals come near the water's edge, with a sudden burst, the crocodile lunges, suffocating its prey and dragging it into the water. In contrast to the ambush predators like the Nile crocodile, the African clawless otter moves gracefully through the waters of the Bahr Salamat in the rainy season. Instead, it glides through the murky brown streams, using its extremely sensitive whiskers to detect the slightest movements of fish. The rainy season, from May to October, is the most active time for the clawless otter. Their clawless front paws allow for precise handling of prey on land, especially hard-shelled creatures. They are one of the few predators in the Bahr Salamat that do not rely on ambush, but on agile movement and sophisticated mechanosensory senses. Regarding reproduction, the clawless otter usually mates in the middle of the rainy season. The female gives birth to 1 to 3 young after about a 2-month gestation period, choosing tree hollows or high ground banks. When faced with danger, they can bristle their fur, let out loud hisses, or retreat into deep water burrows, leaving only their nostrils to breathe. Some individuals also use anal gland secretions to mark their territory or to communicate, a behavior evidenced by the scent on the mud. The white-faced whistling duck stands out in the rainy season, brightening the wetlands it inhabits. Easily recognizable by its white face that contrasts with a glossy black head and neck, this species has a chestnut breast and a dark brown to black back. They are about 16 to 18 inches long, with long legs and a gray bill. An ideal physique for swimming and flying over the shallow pools. Their distinctive 3-note whistle echoes every dawn over the wetlands. The rainy season is the breeding time for the white-faced whistling duck. They nest on the soft ground, bordered by tall vegetation near the swamps. On average, each pair lays 6 to 12 eggs, which are incubated for 26 to 28 days. This season also brings a molt, allowing the young birds to regrow their flight feathers and to keep up with the flock from the first month of their lives. Their diet consists of grass seeds, aquatic plant seeds, insects, and invertebrates, which are abundant in the swamp vegetation and the moist soil. Amidst the arrival of the rainy season, another fascinating bird appears on the water's surface, the African jacana. They compete directly with the white-faced whistling duck and other small water birds for food like aquatic insects. The presence of the jacana sparks a silent competition, a confrontation for both food and space on top of the floating vegetation. Their plumage is distinguished by a deep reddish-brown coat, a pale breast, and a black wing stripe. Thanks to their uniquely long toes and wide feet, the African jacana can walk gracefully on the floating vegetation. The breeding behavior of the jacana is particularly noteworthy. Active from May to October, they build floating nests from grass and water plants. The male takes on most of the responsibility of incubating the eggs and raising the young, a rare paternal care strategy in birds. As the light steps of the African jacana signal the start of the breeding season, the black-crowned crane arrives, bringing with it a magnificent dance of rebirth. Unlike any other crane in the world, the black-crowned crane possesses a flexible hind toe that allows it to perch in trees. At night, many individuals choose the high branches or even the wooden utility poles to sleep, evading predators. Each rainy season, their courtship dance begins a sacred choreography of nature. The male and female bow repeatedly, then spread their wings and leap with a captivating grace. Once fully bonded, they often preen each other, a gentle, affectionate act. Unlike the species that migrate across continents, These cranes remain in their national or regional ecosystems. However, this beauty is under threat. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the population of the black-crowned crane has declined by 30 to 49% since 1975. The leading cause is the loss and degradation of their habitat. The wetlands have been drained for agriculture. More alarmingly, some individuals have been illegally captured for the global pet bird trade. Despite these challenges, the cranes are still dancing their hymn of rebirth in Zakuma. In the rainy season of 2024, the conservationists recorded nearly 3,900 individuals in the southern, swampy areas of the park. Once hailed as a model of conservation recovery, Zakuma National Park is now facing increasing challenges in 2024 and 2025. According to reports, at least 12 giraffes, 12 buffalo, and 2 black rhinos have been poached in just the first quarter of 2025. This increase in poaching has prompted the Chadian government to issue a stern warning about a notable setback. Meanwhile, livestock grazing and agricultural encroachment are rapidly expanding into the eastern and southeastern buffer zones. The weather patterns are also becoming more unfavorable. Reports show that the Sahel region has lost 20 to 30% of its average rainfall since the 1980s. This prolonged drought has led to a decline in vegetation and water scarcity. As a result, the wildlife is forced to travel further, increasing the likelihood of conflict with human settlements. Today, Zakuma is a battlefield between nature's will to recover and the weight of converging threats. It is an ecosystem that is negotiating for every breath of life, trying to maintain the fragile line between revival and retreat. In the stark contrast between the recovery efforts and the harsh reality of the growing threats, Zakuma is being forced to reinvent how it protects itself. According to the African Parks Report of 2025, Zakuma is implementing a series of measures to respond to the increasingly serious challenges. First, the anti-poaching activities have been intensified with mobile rapid response units supported by GPS monitoring technology, camera traps, and remote sensing. Zakuma has also expanded its community development programs in the southeastern buffer zones. These efforts promote sustainable grazing, improve agricultural techniques, and provide veterinary services. Ecologically, the park is making efforts to restore the vegetation by conserving the natural water points and replanting the acacia trees. Notably, since early 2024, Zakuma has started to use drone and environmental DNA ecological monitoring to track the animal population dynamics. These measures show that Zakuma is not just holding on, it is actively shaping a sustainable conservation model for the future. If you have ever visited Zakuma National Park, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and stories in the comments section below. Your voice can inspire and energize the ongoing work to protect the endangered wildlife. Palawan, a lush strip of land stretching between the South China Sea and the Sulu Sea, is not just a part of the Philippines, but a symbol of the enduring splendor of the wild. With the nickname "The Last Ecological Frontier," Palawan is a place where pristine nature still thrives. Spanning over 5,500 square miles, this region is a jewel of the archipelago, where jungle, sea, and mountains merge into one. The climate here is typically tropical, with an average temperature of 75 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit and an annual rainfall of up to 60 inches. Palawan is not just a nature reserve, but also a crossroads of forest, marine, and mountain ecosystems. The seemingly endless tropical rainforests, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, create a green, mysterious, and enchanting kingdom. Palawan is also home to hundreds of endemic species of flora and fauna. Among them is the Philippine mouse deer, the smallest deer in the world, standing only 18 inches tall and weighing less than 10 pounds. Then there is the Palawan hornbill, an endemic bird that plays a crucial role in seed dispersal, helping to regenerate the forest. And one cannot forget the Palawan peacock pheasant, resplendent in its vibrant beauty. Amidst the ancient trees, tens of feet high, and a tangled network of vines, a rare and fascinating creature moves silently. This is the binturong, scientifically known as Arctictis binturong, commonly known as the bear cat. With its jet-black fur tinged with silver, a long prehensile tail that acts as a fifth limb, and a distinctive scent reminiscent of freshly popped popcorn. Dating back over 20 million years, this ancient mammal of the vivarid family is a living testament to the long evolutionary process of nature. Primarily distributed throughout Southeast Asia, but in the Philippines it is found only on the island of Palawan. The humid, dense, and multi-layered rainforests of Palawan provide an ideal habitat for this nocturnal species. Spending most of its life in the trees, the binturong moves gracefully on the high branches from 65 to 200 feet, using its tail for balance. Its survival strategy is remarkable. The binturong emits a scent like popcorn, a unique communication mechanism to mark its territory and attract mates. This scent lingers in the air, deterring enemies and signaling to other members of its species. Besides its role as a natural gardener, helping to disperse seeds, the binturong is also an important component of the food chain. However, like the forests of Palawan, the binturong also faces significant threats. According to the IUCN, it is classified as vulnerable, with its numbers rapidly declining due to habitat loss and illegal hunting. In a remote corner of the Palawan tropical rainforest, the Visayan warty pig emerges as a symbol of resilient vitality and ecological beauty. This wild pig, with its unique characteristics and irreplaceable role, is a living testament to the richness of the tropical ecosystem in the Philippines. According to the IUCN Red List, this species is now classified as critically endangered, with fewer than 300 individuals remaining in the wild. The main causes of their decline are habitat loss due to logging, agricultural expansion, and illegal hunting. Palawan, with its forests stretching from the foothills to the mountain peaks at altitudes of 500 to 2,000 feet, offers a perfect refuge. Here, the dense vegetation and abundant food sources such as roots, fallen fruits, and insects have supported their survival. By eating fruits and dispersing seeds, these pigs contribute to the continuous development of plant life. In addition, their habit of digging up the soil inadvertently creates opportunities for new plants to sprout, promoting biodiversity. The tropical rainforest of Palawan, with its rich biodiversity, is a testament to the enduring power of the saltwater crocodile. A reptile that has reigned since the age of the dinosaurs. Every aspect of this crocodile reflects the perfection of evolution, from its body up to 23 feet long, weighing over 2,200 pounds, to the strongest bite force in the animal kingdom, measured at 3,700 psi. Its presence evokes the image of an unstoppable predator, dominating both freshwater and saltwater realms. The mangrove forests of Palawan, with their complex network of rivers and swamps, serve as a refuge for this apex predator. This habitat is ideal for hunting and breeding, as the crocodiles use the hidden corners of the mangrove trees for ambush. With a swimming speed of up to 18 miles per hour, they can effectively pursue their prey or leap up to 6 feet out of the water to catch low-perched birds. This crocodile is not just a fearsome predator, but also a master of ambush. Camouflaged in the still water, with only its eyes and nostrils exposed, it becomes a part of the landscape, motionless and patient. When it strikes, the lightning-fast snap, using its sharp teeth and a bite force of up to 3,700 psi, is strong enough to crush metal. The saltwater crocodile relies not just on brute force, but also on sophisticated tactics. The saltwater crocodile is a living testament to the perfection of evolution. Its existence, like the ripples spreading on the water's surface, reminds humanity of the complex connections between all living things. But the beauty of the Philippines is not just on the surface. Beneath the rock and soil lies an enchanting underworld. Beneath the Earth's crust, there is a mysterious pulse, a world carved not by light, but by time and the eternal flow of water. The Puerto Princesa subterranean river, a 5-mile-long underground river, winds through the limestone caves of Palawan. This cave system, like a labyrinth, has been sculpted over millions of years as water eroded the limestone. The sparkling stalactites and tiered stalagmites, like frozen waterfalls, form natural works of art. Inside, with a stable temperature of 64 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit and a humidity exceeding 90%, the environment nurtures unique life forms. Although light cannot penetrate, the creatures here are not lost. They rely on their enhanced senses of touch and smell to survive. In this kingdom of eternal darkness, the cave ecosystem maintains a fragile but perfect balance. The tiny cave spiders, with legs up to 3 inches long, hunt smaller insects with the precision of skilled artisans. The cave scorpion, with its shell that glows under ultraviolet light, acts as a guardian of the ecological balance in the dark. This ecosystem is also home to bats, with the Philippine horseshoe bat being a notable representative. As seed dispersers, bats serve as a crucial link between the cave ecosystem and the surrounding forest. Bat guano, a precious source of nutrients for the cave-dwelling animals, sustains a complex but balanced food chain. Every night, millions of bats fly out of the caves, carrying with them seeds from the forest outside. Their droppings, or guano, not only feed the insects and microorganisms in the cave, but also bring those seeds into the darkness. Some seeds will be carried out by the water and germinate. In a magical way, it is the darkness of the caves that is helping to sow and regenerate the light-filled forest above. Nestled between the deep blue waves of the South China Sea and the tropical land, the mangrove forests of the Philippines emerge like a soft green ribbon. These forests are not just a natural boundary between the sea and the land, but also a fortress protecting millions of life forms. With an estimated area of about 1.5 million acres, these mangrove forests are the beating heart of one of Southeast Asia's most important ecosystems. Like resilient green walls, they face typhoons and tsunamis, mitigating the power of the harsh, natural elements. The mangrove forests of the Philippines are not just physical barriers, but also massive natural carbon sinks. According to the Global Mangrove Alliance in 2023, each acre of mangrove forest can absorb up to about 14,000 pounds of carbon dioxide annually. Nestled between the majestic Sierra Madre Mountains and the powerful waves of the Pacific Ocean, the Aurora mangrove forest stands as a green fortress. Stretching over a vast area, the Aurora mangrove forest is considered one of the oldest mangrove forests in the Philippines. Aurora has a tropical climate, with an average annual rainfall of 140 inches, which maintains the humidity and richness of the ecosystem. The temperature ranges from 75 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, creating an ideal environment for endemic species. The mangrove forests not only act as a natural barrier protecting the coast from erosion, but are also a nursery for life. Their submerged roots, like a labyrinth, provide shelter for fish, crabs, and shrimp larvae, sustaining the food chain for both marine and terrestrial ecosystems. The Aurora mangrove forest is also one of the last refuges of the Luzon bleeding heart dove, a pigeon species endemic to the island of Luzon. In a place where the only law is strength, the weak have but two choices: fight or vanish. A roar echoes, signaling the start of an uncompromising confrontation. In a world where every breath is a struggle, only resolve can preserve life. But the 2-ton calf struggles to its feet, fighting for its life. It will take the strength of the entire family to subdue this giant. And once it has fallen, the matter is settled. For the young male lions, this is their last meal with the pride. It is time for them to leave the family, to one day establish a pride of their own. But this is no man's land, a place fraught with lurking dangers. The best way to survive is to stick with companions, and together hunt as a pack. In this temperate rainforest, the Roosevelt elk, the largest mammal in the area, is thriving. Adult males, known as stags, can reach a height of up to 5 feet and weigh between 700 and 500 pounds, while females, referred to as duds, are lighter, weighing around 500 to 640 pounds. The Roosevelt elk has a dark brown coat with a lighter patch on its hindquarters, making it stand out amidst the lush green forest. This species of deer is named after President Theodore Roosevelt, who made significant contributions to the preservation of the nation's valuable ecosystem. The freshwater ecosystem and temperate rainforest of redwood not only enrich the natural landscape, but also serve as a testament to the diversity of flora and fauna on Earth. The preservation of these treasures is not only the responsibility of scientists and naturalists, but also requires the involvement of all of us. In reality, what nature provides us with is not only beauty, but also motivation to preserve it for future generations. President Theodore Roosevelt made a significant impact on wildlife conservation. At the end of the 19th century, the Roosevelt elk faced the threat of extinction due to overhunting and habitat loss. However, thanks to conservation efforts and strict hunting regulations, the Roosevelt elk population has made an impressive recovery. The establishment of national parks and wildlife reserves, including Redwood National Park, has contributed to the protection of important habitats for this species of deer. According to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, In 2023, the population of Roosevelt elk in Redwood National and State Parks is estimated to be between 4,000 and 5,000 individuals, marking an excellent comeback for the species. Roosevelt elk are particularly well suited to the cool, moist climate of the coastal temperate rainforests. Their thick fur helps them survive in the rainy and foggy weather conditions typical of the coastal forests of California. With their remarkable endurance, they move agilely between the tall forests and the low meadows, depending on the season. Each season, Roosevelt elk migrate between 12 and 25 miles, depending on weather conditions and food sources. In the winter, they often migrate from the cold highlands down to the warm coastal plains, where there is plenty of water and food. In the summer, they return to the dense forests and mountainous areas to escape the heat and find shelter. This seasonal adaptability is crucial for the survival of the Roosevelt elk in an ever-changing environment, and they continue to play an important role in maintaining the balance of coastal temperate rainforests. When autumn arrives, the temperate rainforest of Redwood comes alive with the powerful sounds of the echoing match. This is the time when the Roosevelt bucks begin to confront each other to gain control over their herds. The antlers of a Roosevelt elk can grow up to 4 feet long, and when they clash, the sound resonates, making the forest come alive. These sparring matches are intense but rarely fatal, as the goal is not only to defeat the opponent, but also to assert one's own strength. It is a competition full of patience and skill, where each powerful push demonstrates strength and the will to survive. These battles not only affect the population of Rove elk, but also help maintain the natural order in the redwood forest. Despite its enormous size, the Roosevelt elk is not invulnerable. In the dense temperate rainforests, natural predators like the cougar lurk in the shadows. These threats are an essential part of the ecosystem, forcing Roosevelt elk to remain constantly vigilant and maintain their position in the food chain, while also making life in the forest challenging and exciting. Top predators, such as black bears, often stealthily stalk and attack young deer or weak adult individuals. During harsh winter seasons, when food supplies become scarce, black bears also take the opportunity to hunt young Roosevelt elk. Roosevelt elk typically live in groups, which is an essential defensive strategy in the wild. In the winter and mating season, the males take on the role of protectors, using their keen hearing and extremely sharp sense of smell to detect danger from afar. When a predator approaches, the deer will emit loud calls, a sound that echoes like an alarm for the entire herd. In the survival battle between predator and prey, speed and strength are the decisive factors that help Roosevelt elk survive and maintain their position in a challenging environment. In the temperate rainforests of Redwood National Park, Roosevelt elk gracefully roam beneath the towering redwood trees. They eat leaves, grass, vines and shrubs, especially the fatty ferns that nature provides abundantly. Their slow chewing not only helps clear away vegetation, but also creates space for smaller plants to grow, like tender shoots rising up amidst the tall trees. Every day, a Roosevelt elk consumes between 6 and 8 kilograms of food, enough to maintain its massive size. But more than just eating, they also play the role of gardeners for the forest. The paths created by deer become natural trails, making it easier for smaller animals like Douglas squirrels and deer mice to navigate through the dense layers of vegetation. The Roosevelt elk is a living link that sustains the natural cycle in the rainforest ecosystem, where each step they take leaves a lasting imprint on the delicate balance of the forest. In the damp, dense forests of Northern California, black bears quietly roam among the towering ancient trees. They thrive thanks to the abundant plant life, ripe berries, and buzzing insects in the humid air of the redwood forest. The rainforest environment, with its abundant rainfall and cool climate, creates an ideal habitat for black bears. The dense forests not only provide an abundant food source, but also serve as a protective cover, shielding black bears from the eyes of their enemies. As an omnivorous species, black bears consume almost everything that the forest can provide, from berries, roots, seeds, and honey to insects and carrion. About 85% of their diet consists of plants, particularly berries and seeds. However, when the opportunity arises, black bears do not hesitate to hunt for wild mice, and even the eggs of various bird species cannot escape their keen senses. In the wild, victory does not solely belong to strength or speed, but also to skill, intelligence, and the ability to adapt. The Roosevelt elk and the black bear, each species plays a unique role in the ecosystem they inhabit, contributing to the richness of the forest environment. Wildlife is full of drama and mystery, where life and death continuously intertwine in an unending cycle. The strong and agile claws of black bears allow them to easily climb trees in search of food, especially in the fall, when salmon return to the streams to spawn. From September to November, the black bear patiently waits by the stream. Salmon, with its rich nutritional content, can provide black bears with 20 to 30 pounds of food each day to store energy for the upcoming cold winter. Each swift and precise swing of the arm into the water creates splashes, making salmon an essential source of protein during this time. Black bears are not only predators but also play a role as natural regulators of the ecosystem. Although they are relatively large, black bears are not the most dominant predators in the temperate rainforest ecosystem. When faced with danger, they often avoid confrontation. Instead, the black bear chose to run away, using the strength of its large legs to accelerate at a speed of up to 18 miles per hour. As winter approaches, the cold and scarcity of food blanket the forest, and the black bears begin to prepare for their hibernation. In the fall, they hurriedly harvest the berries, consuming a large amount of food to build up fat, much like warriors preparing for a long battle. Their hibernation period can last from 3 to 5 months. During this time, the black bear's body rests and relies on energy stored from the fall. However, not every year is winter harsh. In warm years, some black bears still roam throughout the winter when food is abundant. They do not need to hide in caves, but continue to roam through the cold fields, utilizing their adaptability to survive the changes in nature. In the temperate rainforest, black bears play an important role in maintaining the ecosystem. They hunt salmon and small animals, controlling their population. The salmon carcasses left by the black bears not only provide food for other animals, but also enrich the soil with nutrients, helping plants thrive. As an omnivorous species, black bears consume a large amount of berries and seeds, dispersing seeds through their droppings as they move around. In this way, black bears inadvertently become gardeners, spreading seeds throughout the forest and promoting the growth of many plant species. As a result, their digestive system becomes an effective tool, albeit unintentionally, in expanding the vegetation of the forest. In this natural whirlwind, the seemingly random actions of black bears actually contribute to the regeneration of forests, sustaining the vitality of the vast ecosystem. Wildlife always holds dramatic and surprising stories. The black bear is not only a predator, but also an accidental gardener, helping the forest to thrive. Explore more about this wild world on the Animal Nature 4K channel. And don't forget to share your thoughts. Along the Northern California coastline, over 60 miles long, majestic redwood forests, along with national and state parks, are situated right next to the Pacific Ocean. The climate here is often described as a gift from nature, with cool summers and damp winters, and the average temperature rarely exceeds 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Although most of the rainfall occurs during the winter, what makes this coastline truly magical is the thick fog that envelops it in the summer, creating a cool and mysterious atmosphere for the region. The steep cliffs, sharp rock formations, and the powerful currents of the ocean create a harsh environment, forcing the wildlife here to develop exceptional adaptations for survival. The Redwood coastal area is home to both Steller sea lions and California sea lions, which coexist peacefully in the challenging wilderness, taking refuge on rocky outcrop. They basked in the sun as the powerful waves of the Pacific Ocean crashed against the shore. The Steller sea lion, scientifically known as Eumetopius jubatus, is the largest sea lion in the North Pacific, weighing up to 1,000 kilograms and measuring as long as 11 feet. The rugged rock outcroppings often become an ideal resting place for them. But beneath the water, their hunt is just beginning. Fish species such as salmon, cod, and squid are the top targets in the hunting adventures of Steller sea lion. They not only rely on their enormous size, but are also seasoned hunters, capable of diving up to 825 feet and holding their breath for about 20 minutes. With their exceptional speed, Steller sea lions glide through the frigid waters in pursuit of prey, consuming up to 20 kilograms of fish each day. It is this strength and agility that helps maintain balance in the food chain at the bottom of the ocean, where these giant creatures not only uphold order, but also keep life beneath the waves wild and mysterious. Meanwhile, the California sea lions, scientifically known as Xalophus californianus, gather on the fog-covered rocks, their noisy calls echoing along the coastline. Weighing up to 300 kilograms, they move gracefully and nimbly across rugged terrain. Although smaller than the Steller sea lion, California sea lions create a vibrant picture, showcasing the power of the ocean. When the tide rises, the California sea lion quietly dives into the water, capable of diving down to 90 meters and holding its breath for up to 10 minutes. They dart through the water like sharp arrows, pursuing schools of sardines, herring, and anchovies in quick and skillful hunts, making the underwater scene more vibrant and captivating. In the stunning landscape of the coast redwood, a perfect symphony of dance unfolds between speed and strength. As the light faded, the California sea lions returned to shore with full bellies. Each sea lion can consume up to 33 pounds of fish each day, serving as effective hunters of the ocean. They are not only lonely beings, but also members of a larger ecosystem where land and sea intertwine. Like the misty redwood columns, the balance between the sea and the land is a fragile yet powerful thing. On the moss-covered rocks of the redwood coast, harbor seals lie basking in the sun. Unlike sea lions, harbor seals do not gather in large groups, but are often seen in small groups or alone amid the vast natural landscape. With unwavering alertness and calmness in every movement, these marine creatures, with their strong and agile bodies, know how to swim perfectly between freshwater and saltwater environments. Their adaptability allows harbor seals not only to survive, but also to thrive in both shallow and deep waters. Nevertheless, even the faintest sound from afar or the approach of an unfamiliar footstep can cause them to instantly dive down into the cold waters, disappearing in the blink of an eye beneath the deep blue waves of the redwood coast. These seals hunt for prey quietly yet effectively, gliding smoothly behind schools of small fish before catching them with their sharp and agile teeth. As an omnivorous species, the diet of harbor seals is very diverse, ranging from anchovies and herring to cod, octopus, and crustaceans. Their whiskers are a secret weapon, so sensitive that they can detect the slightest movements underwater, even in dark or murky conditions. This helps harbor seals hunt effectively even when visibility is limited. With the ability to dive up to 450 meters and stay underwater for 15 to 20 minutes, they are always in search of abundant food sources. According to NOAA, an adult harbor seal can consume between 4 and 5 kilograms of fish each day, helping to maintain the stability of the seal population in the redwood coastal environment. Under the coastal waters of redwood, harbor seals play a crucial role as natural regulators. They not only hunt in shallow waters, but also dive deep to catch fish and crustaceans, thereby helping to maintain the balance of these populations. Furthermore, when hunting, they also stir up the ocean floor, causing invertebrates to move and contributing to the biological process. This action helps redistribute nutrients throughout the ocean, creating vibrancy in the marine environment where they live.